Mazen Al-Lamki to take us through why we're here today.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly gratified by the presence of so many distinguished guests from various countries, representatives from leading economies, academic institutions, including public and private sectors who are present with us here today. Allow me to say that after 23 years of being away from Oman, it gives me great pride to welcome you, to be the first to welcome you to our beautiful country and city, Muscat, and to the second edition of the Green Hydrogen Summit conference and the first exhibition. As our journey is still in its infancy stages, and to further enhance our collective experiences and make Muscat and this unique summit a true destination in the years to come, we would like to announce and invite participation from technology providers, developers, academia, investors, and many more to participate in the upcoming Green Hydrogen Summit in Oman to expand this membership of the Executive Committee, among many other committees, to participate in the program. So why we're here? We talk about energy security, we talk about climate change. The reality is producing more energy reliably and affordable at lower cost with less emissions has become an unmistakable expectation from our industry. We are in a decisive crossroads at historic proportions. Our resilience is being tested with energy price volatility, environmental pressures to ensure low carbon footprint, and obviously with an increased energy demand globally. The global population is increasing, and of course the energy demand continues to rise. And while the situation is more urgent today than ever, it's daunting to attempt to make any progress amid war, recession, inflation, and energy and food insecurities. Established by a royal decree and guided by His Majesty's royal directives, a new master plan for green energy sector has been established in Oman. The task has fallen to Hydrogen Oman, or as we call it now, Hydrom. This is a subsidiary of Energy Development Oman, which I represent here. EDO, or Energy Development Oman, playing the role of an overarching orchestrator and facilitator of the Oman energy transition. Hydrom, for instance, is first of its kind company in the Middle East as an orchestrator and one of a kind of very few facilitators for green hydrogen globally, which is a testament of Oman's commitment to sustainability moving forward. And for that, I am humbled by the opportunity to lead the company with a strategic mandate to establish a clear strategy to transition Oman in this new energy era. This transition also means efforts to unlock potential value from our existing assets through synergies and efficiencies, while arresting any further emissions and continuously seek opportunities to economically reduce them further. Oman's planned strategies for energy transition have been complemented with visible, consistent actions to date. I must say that our plans to agility and resilience have been strengthened by the relentless drive and unwavering support from our esteemed Ministry of Energy and Minerals. And for that, special thanks to all our brothers and sisters in the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, currently under the leadership of the Minister, His Excellency Salam Al-Aufi. All of these plans will not make any significant progress for Oman without creating high-skilled and sustainable jobs for our youth, with their intellectual development being primary objective to achieving our sustainability goals. It is with that in mind that EDO intends to pursue every possible opportunity to transition Oman towards a green economy and position the country as a significant net exporter of not only green hydrogen, but becoming recognized as a green energy hub in the region. Let us turn these uncertainties to opportunities. We need to take every opportunity to reassess our collective green hydrogen strategies. Let's take advantage of this summit to strengthen our partnerships, realize Oman's true potential by exploring more possibilities to operate at the lowest possible cost for levelized cost of hydrogen, and moving it from articulation and plans to true realization. Motivated by our common strategic goals and our sense of unity, our green hydrogen partnership in Oman will undoubtedly manifest itself to a successful story. Here and now, Oman and Hydrom extends its invitation to all our partners, public and private, to join us in this historic journey. In Oman we meet today. By Oman, this collective gathering will pave the path to real solutions. And from Oman, we shall realize our collective ambitions. On behalf of EDO and the organizers, I would like to thank all of our sponsors and partners for their participation and wishing you all a successful summit. Without further ado, I would like to invite the Minister of Energy and Minerals, His Excellency Salam Al-Aufi, for his keynote speech, and once again, welcome to our beautiful city, Muscat. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Sabah al-Khair and good morning to you all. I don't have the advantage of Mazen with a written note, so I'm going to say it as it comes, which I think is probably the best way, at least for me. I'm extremely pleased to see that this gathering or this momentum of the hydrogen economy is continuing with us. Last year we gathered in this very same place, and at that time we had different challenges, but we also made promises. So what I would like to share before we go into the podium is probably some of the things that we have demonstrated from the promises that we made last year. Following on from what Nima have just said, let's stop talking and start walking. And walking means demonstrate to me that you're actually doing something on the ground that send credibility to your words and invite investors to say, this is a place where I can put my money and expect results. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. So since we met last year in this very same place, there was, of course, the very historic announcement of the 2050 net zero by His Majesty, which gives us a huge boost because that got the decarbonization momentum going in a very big scale. It is not something we talk about anymore, it's something we have to deliver against. And against the net zero, we established 5, probably 4 main sectors, and the 5th one is a giveaway. It pretty much happens, that contribute up to 95% of our total CO2 emission. And for each one of them, we set targets on every 5 years or 10 years. Bottom line is, by 2050, all of us will have to meet to a net zero. And those five sectors is, of course, the industry. It goes without saying, everybody would probably have guessed that. It's the electricity generation that also emits a lot of carbon, and we're trying to get that one to a net zero. It's the mobility, and I will say in a few minutes what we're doing in that area, but I'm pleased to see that the Undersecretary for Transportation is joining us today. And of course, the Undersecretary for the Public Services responsible for the electricity regulation is also here. So we are pretty much committing to these targets. It's also the oil and gas. And of course, we have most of the CEOs from the oil and gas industry also here. I am committing them on their behalf, and I'm committing myself for the country that we will achieve the targets that we set for ourselves. And lastly, it's urban planning or housing development, which by definition will be green if we all achieve our targets, i.e. the power is green, the steel is green, the cement is green, mobility is green, and therefore we have green cities. And that's really the aim, that's the target that we're going for. And for each one of these sectors, we have set ambitious targets. We know some of them will probably be challenging to achieve today, because if it was easy, we would have done it long time back. It's definitely not easy, but we are committing to follow through and achieve. And with that, His Majesty also announced the establishment of Oman Sustainability Center. So it's not only let's go and deliver against 2050, but there is also a sustainability center that is holding me and my colleagues accountable to the targets that we set. They are monitoring exactly how we're performing, and then, of course, reporting to us and the other cabinet members on how we're performing. But they're also providing us with all the support we need to deliver in terms of policies that we need to change, technology we need to reach out to, best practices we need to learn from, funding that we have to go and negotiate and bring, investors that we need to bring with us, and so on. They will facilitate a lot of that work with us so that we have no excuse for not delivering. And again, they will monitor us, and they will provide the mechanism to communicate and educate, because we can't do it ourselves. The public need to know, why are we doing net zero? What's in it for them? How is it going to impact their life, their daily activities, and so on. They will of course, try and package all these communication messages, and with it comes any potential educational curriculum changes that will go also into the education system to try and send the message of we have to be green and clean when it comes to energy generation and energy consumption from the grounds up. There's no point teaching me how to cook eggs. Let's go and teach the kids, because they are the ones who are going to be cooking it later on. I'll probably be gone by that time. So these are the two things that have been delivered already. We talked about them last year, and they are a reality today. The other thing we talked about last year, of course, is the hydrogen generation itself. And while it goes very well with the net zero, because without it we will not be able to achieve it, but in that area we have also delivered what we promised. We promised last year that by this summit we will announce the first few blocks of the hydrogen development. Actually, we failed that promise because we announced last month, which is good. It's a good failure. And today, my understanding, and I think Dr. Faras, there he is, will probably give us a little bit more information on where is that process. I'm extremely excited by the work that they're doing. Of course, it's not a single entity. It's the ministry, it's Hydrom, it's OQ, it's all the different organizations working together to deliver against that promise, and they did. I know they worked 24 hours. They had no weekends. The long weekend you and I have enjoyed, they spent it in the office. But that's a price for promising to deliver quite an ambitious target. And I'm happy to see them smiling. When I saw them on Sunday, they were still smiling, which is good. So that was delivered. And today we are talking to potential investors on some of the blocks that we have announced. We also, of course, promised that some blocks will be announced this year. And in April of next year, we will also announce additional blocks for the auction process. I look forward to standing here next year to give the same message that we have delivered on that promise and probably exceeded it. And the numbers, of course, we announced during the press conference in, I think it was early November or early November, is that we are targeting to produce no less than 1 million ton of hydrogen by 2030. And I leave it up to the guys to discuss whether they want to share probably some of the other ambitious targets we set for them, which is 1 million ton is no longer enough. I think we need to do more. From the IEA presentation yesterday, the world needs about 10 million tons by 2030. We can't just be producing 1 million ton. If we claim to be the lowest energy producer, then we have an obligation to probably pump a little bit more of that energy to the world and for us. So some of those things that we promised last year, I'm happy to report that we actually delivered. And there is more coming. On the mobility side, and I'm pleased to see that His Excellency is also here with us. Of course, they have an extremely ambitious target. But one of the things that we always challenged with, which is a discussion we had last night as well, and His Excellency remembers it, is the chicken and egg. What comes first? So in order to break that egg and start cooking omelette, we say, let's go and put some incentives for the market. And while I will not discuss the incentives, we have agreed some aggressive incentives as far as we're concerned that I'm still waiting for the minute of that meeting to come out. It was only last week. That will probably get the electric vehicles and the zero emission mobility on its right path in terms of the number of chargers that we will be installing throughout the country. Our ambition is that you should drive from Muscat to Salalah and back without the concern that you will find a filling station or a charging station to fuel your car. So you should be extremely comfortable driving, and with the security in mind that you can still drive your car back, and it's not going to stop halfway through. And I think we are making some really headways into that, in delivering that promise. We were challenged with the task that we should have filling or charging stations, in the case of EVs, in every governorate in Oman, so that you can drive anywhere you want without the concern that you will not find a charging station. So there is no excuse for not getting a car, electric vehicle. Of course, the price today is a little bit more challenging. So the challenge for us is go find affordable cars that the general public can buy. There's no point putting incentives if the vehicles that will be sold in the country are extremely expensive and out of the reach of the ordinary people. So let's go out and create an incentive for those cars to come to the Sultanate and be available and affordable to everyone. And then that chicken and egg story is hopefully going to be sorted out, because then you have the charges and you have the vehicles. Now we need to start working on the other more technical work, which is what about maintenance, what about replacement of batteries, and so on and so on. And it will come, yeah. But we need to get started, and I don't think we need to wait for everything to be in place before we start. So we are committing to start. There are already a number of electric charging stations installed, at least in Muscat. I've seen few of them. There's still, if you're fast enough, you can still charge at zero cost. But if you are a little bit slow, then you'll probably end up paying the normal electric cost for charging your car, which is still very attractive compared to fuel combustion, of course. So without taking the thunder from the panel discussion, I would really like to thank the sponsors of this event. Without their support, we would not have been able to make it today, or at least not in this grand event. And of course, there's too many of them. I'm not going to name them all. And also like to thank the organizers, the steering committee. They have worked extremely hard to make sure that the program is rich enough for us to have a meaningful discussion and hopefully walk away from here with additional targets, action plans that we can work on over the next 12 months so we can come back and report in 12 months' time what did we do against those action plans, and hopefully start capturing a lot of the learnings on how we can do this thing better next year. It's already excellent. We moved away from a hybrid event last year, which worked extremely well, to an event of this magnitude this year, and I'm really pleased to see that everyone is, and hopefully all of you are going to be with us at least for the next 2 days. I'm committing myself to be here throughout the entire session today and throughout the entire session tomorrow. So when I stand here tomorrow afternoon, I would like to see just as many people as I'm seeing today. No pressure. But I do expect that we're all committing just as much as I'm doing today. And with that, I would like to thank you all for making the time today and apologize for the little bit late start, but we'll make it up, inshallah. Shukran jazilan.
Everything around us needs energy. Thus, the need to find a clean energy source to drive our development grows rapidly. And in the lightest and the most abundant element in the universe occurs the opportunity for the future energy. Hydrogen, the green energy. We explore the investment opportunities in hydrogen and lay foundations for exploring and innovating in energy technologies. Here, at the first place to greet the sun in the Arab world, Sultanate of Oman, the distinct location for hydrogen production projects. Being centered between the East and West enables us to become a clean energy hub and an international station to fuel ships with hydrogen. Sun, wind, water, the vast areas, it all begins here. Across a various geographical extent of barren lands, green terraces, and sandy deserts, we encompass the wonders of nature. On the shining sun, we generate infinite power to boost the capabilities of our renewable and sustainable energy projects. Wind blows all year round. An energy that does not go down with the sunset. Fascinating beaches, connected with vast areas, enable us to develop integrated projects for green hydrogen production to supply the world with clean energy. Shipped through our ports in Duqm, Sanada, and Sohar, that are connected to the global ports and supported by a network of transportation and shipping companies, modern roads network, and international standards airports. Our land is rich with natural resources. The geological nature of Oman grants us with minerals and primary materials used in manufacturing key products for hydrogen production. This creates the perfect investment opportunities in the local supply chains and industries. We also aim towards establishing studies and research centers in the fields of energy. The government of the Sultanate of Oman pays great attention and support to the hydrogen field. Oman's Vision 2040 aims at developing renewable energy projects by investing in the available opportunities and utilizing the natural resources within the framework of environmental protection. Therefore, the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, in collaboration with all the government and the private entities, supports facilitating investments in the hydrogen field by providing all capabilities, expediting procedures, and presenting attractive incentive packages. Sultanate of Oman, the land of peace and tolerance, is classified as one of the safest and the most stable countries. The rich ancient history, mixed with the modern flourishing present a contemporary life full of diversity and wealth. We have already embarked in our journey by allocating concession areas exceeding 50,000 square kilometers to produce hydrogen with the minimum cost to supply the international markets. We have embarked on a journey to attract international investments, to position the Sultanate of Oman at the forefront of green hydrogen producers and exporters, and to become a leader in localizing industries and related technologies. Welcome to the Sultanate of Oman, the future of green energy.
You know, the video doesn't really get across how beautiful this country is. And I mean that because I've actually hiked and biked across the country many times over the years. And selfishly, I see this as a magnificent opportunity for the Sultanate to really take ownership of this space in the region and so on, but also to do it in a way that preserves what makes Oman so beautiful and wonderful. And I mean this genuinely. So we heard a few things like incentives. It's not easy. The cynic in me says things can be easy sometimes, but they're still not done because there isn't mandate, policy, fines, that sort of thing kicking in. So it's wonderful to hear this holistic view of literally what car do you drive, will it get you where you want to be, where you need to be, without you having to worry. I drive an electric car, by the way. I don't know how many of you here do, and that's not a criticism if you don't, because of course part of the problem is literally, how do I keep going? It's a huge concern. And so behavior change, getting people to buy into things, literally business to buy into things, depends on getting people to buy into what's going on. And my takeaway from Your Excellency's speech right now is that this is at the core of everything. Is how do we get people to buy in, and then for it to actually be a practical thing that can be done and stay safe and doable. To hear the perspective of the governor of the Japan Bank for International Cooperation and how Japan fits into this bigger jigsaw puzzle, please welcome to the stage Hayashi Nobumitsu, the governor.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hayashi from Japan and governor of JBIC. Well, I honestly say that this is not the most glorious day for a Japanese to speak after our defeat at the World Cup in Qatar. But we're proud of our team. Thank you very much. We're proud of our team, and this morning I'm more than happy and much honored to make a keynote speech at this Green Hydrogen Summit in this beautiful city of Muscat at the invitation of Your Excellency, Minister Salim Al-Alfi. I would like to begin by expressing that we will resolutely respond to the expectations of the Minister and Oman. Because first of all, Japan has the technology and the will to lead the hydrogen society of the future. Second, JBIC has the necessary experience and financial power to deliver. And finally, Oman and Japan share a long-standing friendly relationship. I would like to begin by talking about the coming hydrogen society. Today, the world is undergoing a major transformation in the face of climate change. Energy is indispensable to human survival, and the world has continued to achieve economic growth by consuming energy, which means that the world continues to generate greenhouse gases. We must move on to a new path in order to realize economic growth and reduce GHG emissions. To that end, hydrogen is vital. Hydrogen doesn't generate CO2s when it is used as form of energy. Hydrogen can be produced from various energy sources and can be used in every field, including power generation, transportation, industry, and buildings. Thanks to these features, hydrogen can potentially become the ultimate energy source for the world. Hydrogen can be applied to both thermal energy and electric energy. And at this moment, it offers the only realistic solution for the decarbonization of industrial process hard to electrify, such as steel and cement production. While hydrogen is especially attractive to countries like Japan, that rely on fossil fuels imported from various regions for energy and need to heighten its energy security through diversification. Furthermore, by converting the surplus renewable energy generated in different seasons or different time periods into hydrogen, we can effectively utilize hydrogen as energy surpassing time and place. The government of Japan focused on the importance of hydrogen from an early stage and announced the world's first basic hydrogen strategy in 2017. In the Green Growth Strategy announced in 2020, hydrogen was positioned as one of the priority promising areas, and public and private efforts are being made to introduce 3 million tons of hydrogen by 2030 and 20 million by 2050. In Japan, due to the high cost of renewable energy, at least for the time being, there's a need to establish global supply chains to import hydrogen and ammonia produced overseas at an affordable price. Japanese private companies have been refining their hydrogen technologies even before the world turned its attention to this field. Toyota, which launched in 2014, the world's first hydrogen car, Mirai, or Future in Japanese, first started developing fuel cells in 1992. Asahi Kasei, which manufactures alkaline water electrolysis systems, started producing hydrogen a century ago through the electrolysis of water and leads the world with its technology in this field. Kawasaki Heavy Industries has developed the world's first liquefied hydrogen carrier by advancing the cryogenic LNG transportation technology, while Chiyoda Corporation has realized large-scale hydrogen transportation through the MCH technology. MHI and IHI have achieved hydrogen ammonia co-firing through the turbine boiler technologies and are now operating their technology to realize single firing. The government of Japan is also supporting such undertakings. The government has set up 2 trillion yen Green Innovation Fund last year to support such R&Ds. And now the government is working on the framework to subsidize the price differences between hydrogen and existing fuels to accelerate the adoption of hydrogen. When viewed globally, we are greatly encouraged by the accelerating introduction of hydrogen in many developed countries. The EU announced the Power EU program in May to accelerate adoption of hydrogen. It aims to introduce 20 million tons of clean hydrogen, including 10 million tons imported from outside the EU region by 2030. As for the United States, the Inflation Reduction Act, enacted in August, is expected to reduce hydrogen production costs. significantly through tax deductions of up to $3 per kilo of clean hydrogen produced. This can be a game changer that incentivizes production of 10 million tons of clean hydrogen by 2030 and position the U.S. as a highly cost-competitive hydrogen exporter. Australia and Canada, among other countries, that anticipate hydrogen supply costs to fall as a result of support measures by their government. Hence, for consumers like us, potential supply sources are increasingly spreading out across the world. Then, will a hydrogen society become a reality tomorrow? I'm afraid not. According to the IEA's net zero emission by 2050 scenario, global hydrogen demand is expected to exceed 500 million tons by 2050. And hydrogen is anticipated to be an important energy source that makes up 10% of total final energy consumption. According to the Hydrogen Council, it is necessary in this process to invest $700 billion into hydrogen by 2030. But only 3% of this $700 billion has currently been committed to. And according to Wood Mackenzie, while more than 1,000 green hydrogen production projects have been announced around the world, only about 10 offtake contracts have been concluded. There is a vast gap between the expectation and the reality, and we need to close the gap in order to realize the Paris Agreement. Now, please allow me to shift our perspective from the future to the past and to share Japan's experience in energy transformation. Japan was the first country in Asia to successfully import LNG in November 1969. At that time, the world had started to shift away from coal for power, entering the golden age of oil. Initially, LNG was not necessarily a cost-competitive option. In fact, there were skeptical views in Japan and abroad as to Japan's plans to make huge investment to import gas in liquid form at a temperature of minus 162 degrees centigrade. However, we were undaunted by the uncertainties and dared to take the risk. We have built the LNG receiving facilities, constructed LNG transportation vessels, and negotiated numerous LNG SPAs, and eventually brought the energy transformation to fruition. Today, LNG is an important energy source that supplies Japanese electricity. As policy-based financial institution, JBIC has been involved in acquisition of interest in developments in upstream gas fields, midstream gas pipeline implementation, and liquefaction project, and downstream LNG transport vessels and gas-to-power project. By utilizing various financial menus, we have supported Japanese companies all aspects of the entire LNG value chain. As was the case with Japan's introduction to LNG 50 years ago, the world energy scene is now facing a turning point. JBIC will lead and support this transformation with its experience and financial power. We are already supplying risk money for that purpose as anchor investor of the world's largest hydrogen fund, Clean H2 Infra Fund. We have committed 100 million euros toward promoting the social implementation of hydrogen. At a closing event in Paris in October, I met with the CEOs of our co-investors, Air Liquide, Total Energies, Vince, and Plug Power. We talked about our challenges, cost reduction through technological innovation and economies of scale, infrastructure development, establishment of regulation standards, and financing required for project implementation. At the same time, we shared our commitment to embrace changes, to overcome uncertainties, and to work together to realize hydrogen projects. The biggest challenge for JBIC and for the world is how to contribute to the decarbonization of Asian economies. GHG emissions in Asia already makes up more than half of the world's emissions, and therefore its decarbonization is prerequisite to the realization of the Paris Agreement. And energy demand will increase. While it expands resources of renewable energy, cleaner fossil fuels can be an effective option for the transition period, reducing emissions by introducing hydrogen and ammonia. Japan will provide support to Asian countries toward achieving both decarbonization and energy security and economic growth through the Asia Zero Emission Community Initiative put forward by our Prime Minister Kishida. I have talked with Minister Airlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister of Indonesia, in July, Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh of Vietnam in September, and Minister Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry of India in November. All these countries are working earnestly toward carbon neutrality with respective targets, but at the same time, they all aspire to be among high-income countries. They have yet to vastly increase energy supply, unlike Japan or Europe. We sometimes hear of streamlined options. For example, just transition must be to increase the ratio of renewable energy, and gas can be used for a few years, or only green hydrogen can contribute addressing climate change. And blue is not acceptable, but I prefer the world to be more colorful. The important thing in climate change countermeasures is the ownership of each country. And various options and methods should be adapted to match each country's situations and aspirations. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has made us acutely aware of the folly of depending on a single energy source. While it's desirable to go green tomorrow, the supply chains for solar panels, wind turbines, and EV batteries depend heavily on a single country, and that supply chain may not always be dependable. It is important to diversify our energy sources. Hydrogen development is gradually gaining ground around the world, especially in this Oman, and it is desirable to have various hydrogen production methods or carriers. In this age of uncertainty, it is necessary for world leaders to have multiple options available. Now let me tell you why Oman is important for Japan and for JBIC. We welcome Oman's declaration in October this year of its goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Furthermore, the fact that Oman will become one of the world's leading supplier of green hydrogen in line with its hydrogen strategy, as Minister, Your Excellency Al-Alfi explained earlier, is also good news for Japan, for Asia, and countries in Europe that plan to import hydrogen. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Japan and Oman. The two countries have cooperated in many areas, particularly in the energy sector. The Independent Power Producer, IPP project, which Japanese companies are participating here, produce approximately 70% of Oman's total power demand, and Japan has been importing LNG and crude oil from Oman for many years. Oman contributes to the stability of the Middle East region. Through its political neutrality, it is the only country on the Gulf Cooperation Council that faces out onto the Strait of Hormuz. As Japan has heavily depended on energy imports from the Middle East, the presence of Oman is extremely important for Japan's energy security. Over many years, we have fostered a strong relationship of trust with Oman. When I met with the minister at the JBIC headquarters in September, we affirmed that the path toward achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 is not an easy one, and that decarbonization of existing oil and gas assets is an important endeavor. JBIC is prepared to support Oman government together with Japanese companies. in addition to financing projects that Japanese companies participate in, such as power generation and desalination project, JBIC has provided untied loans for 5 times toward Oman's infrastructure development, including Sohal and Duqm ports, as well as highways. Oman is the only country in the Middle East that we have provided untied loans to the government multiple times. In Japan, and JBIC will continue to stand ready for various forms of support in the future as a partner for Oman to achieve its 2050 carbon neutrality goal and hydrogen value chains. Both suppliers and consumers must commit to a long-term project. We need to maintain trust, share a common goal, and overcome uncertainties. The relation of trust between Oman and Japan, built up over many years to date, will provide essential toward building such value chain. Well, the world is certainly filled with uncertainties, crisis after crisis, from extreme weather caused by climate change, energy and food scarcity, to rising volatility in financial markets. We will not be able to overcome these challenges unless we dare to take risks and take on challenges, not by circumventing uncertainties. This is the lesson Japan learned 50 years ago in establishing LNG value chain, and this is the lesson now I learn every night from those football players at the World Cup in Qatar. As Japanese official institution, JBIC will support private investment by taking risk proactively and financing various projects precisely because there are areas of uncertainties, and contribute globally toward the realization of a hydrogen supply chain. I look forward to the opportunity of cooperation and collaboration with any one of you with us today. I conclude my address with a conviction that we will have fruitful discussions at this landmark hydrogen summit toward the upcoming hydrogen society that will surely lead to concrete actions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed for that. The numbers that stick with me are 10% of total energy consumption by 2050. That's if everything goes to plan. 3% of investments committed, so only 3% of what's needed has been committed. And when we use the word committed, it doesn't mean it's been paid or is going to be paid necessarily, especially with the economic wobbles that we are seeing now and likely to see more of in the near future. And there are 3 words that really jump out, though, here. High-income countries. This is really the crux of the matter. There are countries, companies, industries, they don't want to go through the pain of having to let go of money, essentially, leave money on the table. So what you do here is so important, because if you get everything ready and doable, then countries like the countries we just heard of in Asia won't have to have the inner battle thinking, I'm leaving money on the table if I do this. So it's really important. And now, please, I'd like to invite to the stage Ahmed Al-Balushi from Asyad. I'm handing over to Isam Al-Shibani who will take you through a report that has just been announced, and that's exactly what we've seen here. And my understanding is that the QR code is how we access it. Is that right?
Exactly. This is missing it. So. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I think we need to show the QR code. First of all, apologize for Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Hatmi. He couldn't be here. He got sick, so he gave us the privilege to launch this report on his behalf. And thanks to Ahmed Abloushi, he's a chief asset management who actually launched the report today. This is a report where a unique report. A number of authors have contributed in the report. So I ask you to grab your phones and scan the QR code. If not, then you can visit Asiad's booth where we showcase the QR code and have a detailed reported. So given a short snippet about the report it talks about the outlook of Oman. It talks about the potential, how hydrogen could help the net zero plan. So it's public data, information from the public and everything. Then we will zoom into Oman, how Oman, the potential of having the hydrogen production, transportation, and the storage. And there are three themes there with the project announced in Oman through OQ, through many forums. And then we zoom into the ports. And then we talk about the three deep ports in Oman, Port of Suhar, Port of Salalah, and Port of Duqm, and how these three main ports can bring the potential higher as becoming the buzzword here said the hydrogen valleys. And this report we compare Oman and the world hydrogen valley, such national ports that we can compare with it. And I keep using His Excellency words to bring the potential port at full. This is mainly an idea how we can move to that direction, so the full. And then we will zoom into how we can support the local industry within the port, particularly one of the masterclass ports we have, Port of Suhar, where they combine with industries and this adjacent to it, how we can utilize the hydrogen, the ports, and bringing the net zero and the industries to thrive with industry happening in Suhar, and then in the future in Duqm as well. While we have a special focus on Salalah, and mainly it's a transshipment ports where we see it's a bunkering hub. All this in the reports. The final chapter in the report is talk about the shipping, and we talk about the fight between ammonia and methanol, and which one will win the fight, becoming the bunkering hub. And definitely we position Oman as a regional bunkering hub. Yesterday we signed a historic MOU that will help enabling Oman to be becoming a bunkering hub, and this is all available in the report. That's in a nutshell what exactly the report. In the session 4 today and the afternoon, we're going to talk more about the report, the snapshots. The CEOs of these ports are available here. They're open for questions and ask any question, and how we will also expand the partnerships. However, I would like to thank special thanks to people who authored the report. Oman Hydrogen Center, Dr. Sausan, thank you very much. DII, Mr. Cornelius and Dr. Chiara from Research. And actually, the reports have been contributed with many experts locally, regionally, and internationally. You may access the report. Thank you very much. This is Asiad contribution to the summit. Thank you very much.
And of course, one of the great advantages of Oman is space. So many other places in the world have similar ambitions, but don't have the space. And this is a big takeaway that I get. The report, I'm assuming, it really dives into what the unfair advantage is. Let's put it that way. Okay, so please, can we welcome the panel, the first session, the speakers who will speak to us about the overview and what's happening with things like the blocks that are going to be up for auction that we heard about earlier today. So please, could we welcome to the stage the Director General of Green Hydrogen and Renewables at the Ministry of Energy, Engineer Abdelaziz El-Shidani. And I'll invite everybody up together. Acting Managing Director of Hydrom, Dr. Firas Al-Abdwani. The Chief Executive of OQ, Engineer Najla Al-Jamali. Energy and Investment Consultant, IEA, Dr. Abdullah Al-Abri. And the coordinator for the National Hydrogen Alliance, Dr. Khalil Al-Hanashi. Each of our guests will take us through their area of expertise and how it all fits together. So can I please welcome to the stage, to the podium, in fact, Engineer Abdulaziz Al-Shidani.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is my first time to attend the Green Hydrogen Summit. I joined the ministry in March, between February and March this year. It has been really a very exciting journey, but as well a very overwhelming journey for me. Sometimes I feel there's a lot to learn, a lot to know, but I was surrounded as well by a lot of brains within the ministry and within OQ Hydrom and Asyad and a lot of people. So it was a lot of learnings for me personally. For today, I thought of sharing what we have embarked in the energy transition policy and strategy study. We have started this in September. We are halfway through, and I thought of sharing some insights from why Oman needs an energy transition. To answer that question, and can somebody put the presentation? Okay. How to flip it? شباب المنظمين كيف أغير الشرائح? How to flip the slides? Somebody will take care. Because I want that screen as well. هذا سياد خلاص. Can I put this screen as well? Or is it? Okay. In this few slides, we'll try to answer three key questions. One is that why Oman needs an energy transition. The first is because we aspire to grow our economy and bringing a lot of industries as set by Oman Vision 2040. Oman Vision 2040 set a target of 5% annual GDP growth. Definitely, this will require a lot of energy demand. If we just continue as we do, will require the energy demanded locally will be almost 2 to 3 times what is currently now. So we're moving out of between 350 terawatt hour to almost 800 and 1,000 terawatt hour, with a range of 3% energy growth compared to 5% GDP growth. Now, the second question, so this is the first reason why we need an energy transition. There is a demand, and we need to source out this demand for energy. The second answer is that we have the resources. We are blessed with a lot of wind and solar potential. Just looking at the lands allocated currently for the hydrogen projects and for the solar projects, we can generate 11 to 14 times of the energy demanded by 2050. So we can do it. We add on top of that, it's affordable as well. Renewable is becoming a competitive source of energy compared to gas-fired plants. Then there are opportunities out there. Since we need only 1/10 of the energy available currently, there are opportunities. We have seen a lot of discussion. I think a lot of discussions will happen in today and tomorrow about how the hydrogen economy is emerging, how it's developing, how the global demand is increasing. There are opportunities out there. We've listened to a number of notes about Oman wants to play a global energy leading role when it comes to hydrogen economy. So hydrogen economy is another reason why we need to transit. And finally, we have said Oman has a role to contribute to the world issues when it comes to net zero. And net zero is one of the reasons why we need to embark into this energy transition. So to answer the question, it's about enabling the economy to grow so that Oman can diversify and prosper. It's about ensuring energy security, which includes availability, but as well affordability. It is about addressing the major opportunity of hydrogen, and it is about achieving net zero and contributing to the worldwide efforts to avoid the worst effects of climate change. These together tell us that we need this transition. Now let's talk about the how element, how we do this. There are three scenarios on how we can achieve the net zero target. Oman needs to contribute to the worldwide efforts on, let me just, sorry. I have my scripts and sometimes it is misleading. So what we said, the important thing to do throughout this journey is that we can do it in a more of a balanced way. We want to have firm action from today, but as well we want to maintain our competitiveness. So Oman have chosen to go the route of orderly transition, and that was set in Oman's Oman National Net Zero Strategy that fulfills all the goals. So we'll achieve the net zero target by 2050, but as well in a gradual manner that maintains our competitiveness. Energy efficiency is a low-hanging fruit. And most important thing to start with is it is energy efficiency. By addressing energy efficiency in everything we do, how we build our houses, live our lives, manage our business and invest, Oman can bring down the overall need for power by 23% to 35%. And this will reflect in a more resources in terms of energy and infrastructure that can be deployed to some other means. We need to shift from a blue system we have that's based mainly on natural gas to a more of green system. Now this journey will take us maybe 2050 or even more. We have started putting some renewable energy projects when it comes to wind farms and the far wind farms, when it comes to every solar plant. But this is a journey that we are going ahead with a more of renewable and less of a natural gas. Other options could be open when it comes to balancing the power system. Oman needs to ramp up its production to hydrogen to become a major player in the global hydrogen economy. Also, it has happened in the last few months, and you will hear more about it today and tomorrow. I think we have announced, and it has been mentioned many times today, that we have already set a target that is ambitious, but we are as well challenging that target. We want to play a leading role when it comes to the hydrogen economy. Now, an example of the transition is that some strategic projects has already been started. One of it is the north-south interconnection. Now, the power system in Oman is we have the MIS, which is in the north part of the country, and we have the south transmission system in the south. The country has decided, and it is already being implemented today, phase 1 and phase 2 will follow, of interconnecting both systems. This will unlock the potential of green hydrogen connectivity, renewable energy potential, and we're phasing out hydrocarbons, be it diesel or gas. Now, the third question is, what in it for Oman? What's the implication of this transformation, the energy transition in Oman? Our growth will require a lot of natural gas, which is not available. Now, accelerating the energy transition, it will not only save the gas, will not only provide another source, but it will provide a buffer. We can free up some of this gas and allocate it, create another opportunities, whether locally or outside. Omanis will profit the most. Driving energy transition, Oman will create a fertile ground for new industries that are not existing today. And it will create opportunities for Omanis in different streams, be it from engineers to auditors and to other sorts of jobs. What the ministry is doing. I think I'll not go through these elements. I've presented once or twice now, but what we can promise as another thing that we'll be concluding the legal and regulatory framework and the energy transition policy and strategy, and we should be announcing the first bid round of hydrogen projects by Q1 2023. With that, thank you very much for listening. It has been a very short presentation, but I wanted to share key highlights from the work we are doing at the ministry when it comes to the energy transition policy and strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now can we hear more about the blocks up for auction? So, Dr. Firas.
Okay. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to give you an update of where we are at Hydrom. Before I start, I'd just like to check with the organizers if they want to get our screens up and ready. Otherwise, it's just an extra challenge for us to look at the screen. No? Okay. We'll take one more challenge onto the shoulders of Hydrom then. So it's a pleasure to share with you where we are. I start today by having been introduced by His Excellency and describing what Hydrom is and how we were founded, and also by Engineer Mazen. But to set the scene, I'm a visual person. I like to see things, and I think many of the audience would also appreciate seeing where we fall into the ecosystem. So we have the policymaker and the regulator, that is the Ministry of Energy. We come as an orchestrator, and this is a part that we'd like to clearly define to the whole ecosystem, particularly our partners and partners-to-be. And then there are different players whom we interact with on a very regular basis, and it's very important for us to also have clarity on the roles between the different players. And then we have the developers, whom are our main partners, both international and local. So when we come from an orchestration perspective, our role is to be a facilitator, an extension of the government, to be the single entry stop for all parties, whether they're local or international. We're here to make life easy, to organize things, to ensure that we maximize value and we minimize the cost of hydrogen and the related products coming out. We want to ensure that we capture value for Oman across the knowledge transfer or building capabilities. All of these elements are things that we need to ensure through the coordination with different stakeholders, being guided by our regulators and policymakers. We have the infrastructure. These projects are extremely integrated. We work not only in one domain, which is the renewable energy, in lands that MEM with Ministry of Housing have, and then have allocated and delegated to Hydrom, but we also have the free zones and economic zones. Collaboration between these and the ports is extremely essential for a successful project, and to ensure mitigating the risks and providing the investor comfort. So a lot of work happens over there. We have national champions who are extremely versatile and efficient in delivering infrastructure in Oman. They would be the partners who could be tapped onto to build this new infrastructure for hydrogen. Developers, international developers, those are the parties we seek. And then we have our local champion, a government state entity. OQ Alternative Energy is this champion that will be collaborating, and the means of this collaboration will also be discussed in my slides. So our mandate, we start by looking at the ecosystem. So our first role as Hydrom is to look at the market dynamics. We heard today from His Excellency, the governor of JBIC, for example, the 500 million tons as an estimate. There are many estimates out there, different scenarios. We need to look at the supply and demand. We need to look at the technology. We've heard from His Excellency the ambitions that we have, that we are Oman, ideally located and positioned to be a powerhouse when it comes to hydrogen. It is something that we want to fulfill, to build on the ambitions of the nation. So we start by assessing the market, and then we look at how we structure the deals in a manner that maximizes value. We run the process through the governance structures applied onto us. We delineate the land. We oversee the process itself. We recommend. We have an auction committee that works with us, that looks into the bids that we receive. And then after the award, we look into the key milestones that need to be delivered by the different projects. So these are the elements we do. And then we ensure that the ICV elements are captured. And then there's a lot of data that is generated through these projects. We want to make sure that round on round, we are enhancing the capabilities of future rounds to maximize, again, the benefits for all involved and to lower the cost of hydrogen, mitigate risk, and increase investor comfort. So that data repository is something that is important for us as well. Now, we heard about the targets. When we looked around the different surveys and assessments out there, 450 to 500 million tons by 2050 is a target that the forecast put forward. The way we see it is that this 500 million tons or 450 million tons is divided between green hydrogen and the other colors of low carbon intensity hydrogen. So that's already 50%. And then when you look deeper into it, we find that 50% further is actually domesticated for various reasons, whether it's for energy security or whether it is for competitive advantages. So the tradable market is around 100 million tons. Out of that, we said, and we regressed backward, and that's how we came by a target of 1 million tons for 2030. Now, this is a conservative estimate. It is also one that is fluid depending on how the market moves. However, we have committed that we will bring to the market 1 million tons, and as is actually mentioned, this is the minimum we could bring, and we have ambitions to bring more than that. Now, just as a reference, 1 million tons will equate to around 20 gigawatts of renewable capacity. Our grid today in Oman itself is between 10 to 12 gigawatts. So this is a sizable increase of the grid systems coming in the next 7 years. So this also requires quite a bit of planning. Now, to be able to facilitate these targets, a national task force was created and led by the Ministry of Energy and Minerals with different stakeholders. They went and they scouted the lands that are available and the ones that are suitable for renewable energy. 6 zones were identified as ones with either no immediate claims on them that could be used for renewable energy, or ones that could be easily obtained by the ministry for these purposes. 2 zones up in the Dakhiliya and Al-Dakhiliya and Al-Dhahira, are earmarked for the electricity grid sector. So those are renewable zones specifically earmarked for the grid, particularly in the north. And then we have 4 zones that have been identified for green hydrogen. And those are Duqm as zone 1, zone 2 is Dhafar, and then Al-Jazir Shalim is the third zone. Sur is a 4th zone that is smaller in size. To give you an approximation, the zone in Sur is approximately the same size as Neom. So it's also sizable in its own right. However, we're focusing with Duqm in round 1, moving on to Dhafar for round 2, and then we will consider future rounds going forward. Most likely it's going to be the Shalim Al-Jazir area. Now, the process itself, we wanted to have a systematic approach where we could provide transparency to the different parties involved, the developers who are trying to come into the ecosystem in Oman, the ones we're trying to attract, the financiers behind them, and the technology providers. So we have put forward to get, a process approved by our regulators and our board to move forward and attract these, and to make it very clear in a staged manner that we can attract investors. So we started as Hydrom, we were launched on the 23rd of October. The RFQ, the request for qualifications, was launched on the 6th of November for the public auctions. And then we aim to, we are on target to deliver the RFP in the first half of December. So within the next few days, the RFP will be released to the market. This is to meet the aggressive timeline to award the first blocks before the end of Q1 2023. Following that, we will start with Duqm, our second round in Dhafar, and that will start in April and conclude in December. In totality, we will have floated 4 to 6 blocks of public auction, and then we also have the legacy initiatives. The legacy initiatives are those projects that predate Hydrom and this particular structure. As we heard, and we will hear from my colleague, Ms. Najla, there are 4 projects that, for example, OQ had already embarked on earlier. There are other projects that the government had decided to consider as anchor projects that would also move forward. So in total, we have 6 different initiatives that fall under the legacy. All those together in totality make a total of between 10 to 12 initiatives or projects that will be coming forward. If we take this new number, you see that the amount of hydrogen we could bring to the market is in fact closer to 1.8 million tons. Now, the same process, the same timelines, the same commercial terms are expected from both the public auctions as well as the legacy initiatives. In fact, I would say there's a bigger onus on the legacy initiatives. They were entrepreneurial. They were earlier to come here to Oman. We appreciate that. And they have positioned themselves as anchor tenants, and therefore we expect from them to set the bar Competitive auctions will set a bar, and we expect the legacies to at least match that. So the process, just to describe it quickly, we started with the qualifications. We have minimum criteria that go across 3 different verticals, a matrix of 3 by 3. So we have the financial capabilities, we have the development capabilities, and we have the asset ownership and the operations and maintenance across the verticals. And then the horizontals, we have capabilities across what we call the upstream, which is the renewable energy, the midstream, which is the hydrogen itself, and then the downstream, which are the derivatives, whether it is ammonia, methanol, another organic carrier, or steel, or other industries. So we look at their qualifications. We expect single parties to be able to meet these qualifications, but most likely it would need to be a consortium to be able to holistically do that. We have allowed an element where off-takers can come in that would cement and increase the viability of such a consortium's proposal. We heard in the keynotes that this is still a fluid market, and therefore the higher the assurity that comes from the bidders, the more comfortable and the more willing we will be to engage in a contract. We then receive the bids. Once the RFP is met, we look and check that these bids for the auction do meet the minimum qualifications. If they do, they move into the shortlisting, where we compare them pairwise, and we check whether these different, it's a scorecard system, so we have different criteria to assess the projects, and this will be clearly mentioned in our RFP for those who partake into it. And then we will move forward to deciding and finalizing on the contract. Now, some of the things we're doing, we expect these projects to be integrated. So end to end, the green electricity goes predominantly into the green hydrogen, and then it goes also into the export carrier or the domestic derivative in the market. Those elements are all going to be integrated. These projects are really being put forward to the market to create a green hydrogen economy in Oman. There are salient benefits from an electricity perspective for them to integrate into the electricity market. However, at this stage, we're saying that there is no excess electricity to be sold into the market. This is something we will need to study very carefully, to work with APRSR, the Authority for Public Services and Regulations, other stakeholders, to ensure synergies. When that comes, that will be considered as a plus for all those involved. But from the onset, the baseline is that these projects will need to be independent. This does not mean that they will not be connected to the grid. They will be. We expect the downstream elements to be connected to the grid to import some of the electricity they need to complement their work. We highlighted this zone over there in red, which is the linked local industries. By this, we mean hard-to-abate sectors, such as cement and steel. We want to see GDP contribution into Oman. So what we're saying is that these consortiums bidding for the projects can include those as an integrated part of the project, but that particular element, to ease the bidding process, we're also giving them the flexibility to have it as external to the consortium itself. So long as they have binding contracts and they put it part of their proposal, it can be a different shareholding for those local industries. However, the rest of the item all needs to be integrated to give the bankability and the financial comfort for the project to move forward. So His Excellency spoke that we failed by delivering or announcing the blocks earlier than usual. So at least we add something extra. We're showing you the blocks today. So we have in totality in Duqm 4 blocks that we are going forward with. We have 2 blocks, Z101 and Z102, which will be the publicly auctioned blocks. And then we have the 4 blocks for the legacy initiatives that are in Duqm. These are the 6 blocks going out in round 1 in a few days, being published in our RFP. 2 separate RFPs for the legacies separately and for the public auction separately. We emphasize on the common infrastructure. This is something that is important. We want to ensure that we leverage economies of scale and to make sure that there are synergies. So there's going to be dedicated hydrogen pipelines and water pipelines to ensure that the electrolysis, the midstream, happens in the geography of the upstream, in the renewables. So the main transport methods for us is going to be hydrogen pipelines with the overhead electricity lines there to support and complement, but not to be the primary. What we're working currently on with our different stakeholders at the moment is the design, the finalization of the design of the common infrastructure. So there's a lot of collaboration taking between us, between OPAZ and the different ports. We're focused at the moment with CZAD and Duqm Port to be able to ensure the holistic and the integrity of the proposal that we're putting forward, and to enable the second package, which is the infrastructure package, to be tendered out, to come also on time, and to provide all of the inputs required by the developers for the first bid rounds. A quick update. So far, we have received more than 170 registrations of interest, or expressions of interest. For the public auctions, we've received more than 39, or we've granted access to the RFQ to more than 39 parties. 4 bidding consortiums have already submitted their qualifications. We foresee and expect to have between 6 to 10 bidding consortiums by the time we release the RFP in a few days. So it's encouraging. It meets our expectations. The parties that are partaking into our process are names that we were hoping to and are happy to see join arms with us and to embark on this journey with us in Oman. These partners are spread around the world, and it comes as no surprise. We have a lot of presence from North and Western Europe. We have strong presence from Southeast Asia. We have strong presence from our region, the GCC, from India, and from the US and Australia. So the 6 regions that we expected to be key players in our ecosystem are all partaking and playing and participating with us. So now, what are the next steps? And this is my final slide. We are releasing the RFP in a few days. We are going to be awarding the projects on time by the end of the first quarter of 2023 for this DOCOM round. And we are finalizing the design of the common infrastructure prior to the evaluation period of the RFP within the RFP phase itself. With this, I thank you, and then I leave the floor for the questions when the time comes to it, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So very busy times indeed. Najla, over to you. Najla Jamali talking to us about enablers.
Morning, everybody. I apologize to the death by presentations this morning. I did try to urge everybody to have a dialogue, but never mind. Welcome all to Muscat. It's a beautiful time of year to be here. And if you haven't already been down to see the sites, I do urge you to go around. It's a beautiful city, and especially my little hometown next to the palace. That's my plug-in for my little village. I'm going to talk to you today about OQ. I'll try to keep it very short. I realize there might be a bit of fatigue, and so also to allow some time for my colleagues. I'm assuming I pressed the green button? Yeah. OQ, we are a global energy transition enabler based in Oman. We operate in over 17 countries. We are a global player that is looking at the full energy value chain, from upstream, downstream, trading, and now obviously alternative energy. We have products that are being sold in over 70 countries. We tend to develop very large-scale projects also in Oman, and within successful partnerships. We bring know-how, hopefully, and technology into Oman through these partnerships, and we tend to lift as much as possible our equity share in these projects. Over the last couple of years, we've had challenging times like everybody else, and we've emerged out of this, let's say, crisis and COVID pandemic with a renewed vision where we want to maximize value out of Oman's energy resources to power our transition towards a sustainable future. We do that through driving sustainable economic growth in Oman's value chain, through successful partnerships to develop very large-scale projects. When we look at our journey, we'd like to see ourselves as championing the alternative energy within OQ and also within Oman. We see that at the heart of this is the decarbonization. For us, that allows us a pathway to a hydrocentric economy, as well as a path towards net zero for OQ, but hopefully also chart a way for Oman as well. My colleagues have talked about competitive advantage, and obviously here what I'll touch upon, what does OQ in the context of Oman have as a competitive advantage? Obviously Oman has very favorable renewable energy resources, both solar and wind. We've seen today my colleagues, Engineer Abdulaziz and Dr. Firas, talk about a clear hydrogen framework with clear policies, regulations, and a clear ecosystem, as well as players that play within this eco-space with clear differential roles. I'd like to fondly call us the hydrogen trinity. That's the MEM, Hydrom, and OQ. And our role here is to play as the renewable champion within this entity. We are very large-scale projects in successful partnerships over the last 25 years. We also have a very large asset base that allows us to also look at, when we decarbonize for ourselves, set a pathway to decarbonize for the rest of Oman. As I said, decarbonization is key towards this net zero path for OQ, but also for Oman. We believe it's key towards energy security, because it provides us in OQ and obviously also Oman a pathway for resilience, to ensure that our existing businesses and our core strength, which is hydrocarbon, continues, albeit in a different manner, by being more efficient, but also with a lower carbon footprint, so that we move from heavy polluting hydrocarbons to a lower emissions hydrocarbon. And then B, it's a pathway for growth. And providing us with these new revenue streams within OQ and also within Oman to expand through low carbon molecules, which is green hydrogen. In OQ, our decarbonization journey takes four pathways. These are not necessarily in series. We see them also happening concurrently. We think that by becoming more energy efficient, we'll be able to lower our footprint by about 30%, and then we look to switch to clean energy for our assets and hopefully also for the local industry and the oil and gas sector. We'll be able to also lower further the carbon footprint. We also then look to grow within the low carbon molecules through our green hydrogen projects. And lastly, for OQ, if all three don't get us to net zero, then we will also resort to negative emission technologies. When we look at green hydrogen, obviously we've heard today in abundance is the word that I'd use to describe Oman in terms of green hydrogen. OQ itself has already announced several large-scale projects, the legacy projects. These add up to over 30 gigawatts of renewables with a value of about 40 billion in terms of investments into these projects in Oman. You know, I think Dr. Fras already touched upon the zones. Those also create abundance for further projects, and we're very pleased to be part of them going forward. I'll touch upon our existing pipeline, the legacy projects. We have 2 projects in Duqm and 2 projects in the Dhofar region. Starting with Duqm, we have Hyport Duqm, which is a joint venture with DEMI. It's a green hydrogen facility into ammonia, about 500 megawatt electrolyzer. Then if we look at Green Energy Oman, that's a joint venture between us, Intercontinental Energy, and Enitec, a holding company. That's a very large-scale project to be done over a decade, 25 gigawatts of renewables, hopefully going into multiple phases in Al-Wusta region. In the Dhofar region, we have 2 projects, H2 Oman, which is with Aqua Power and Air Products. It's a 3.5 gigawatts wind and solar going into green hydrogen and ammonia, hopefully. And then lastly, we have Salala H2, which is jointly with Marubeni, Lende, and Dotco. It's about 3.8 renewable capacity in the Dhofar region. Lastly, and I think it's already been touched on to some extent, but maybe to re-emphasize, within the Oman ecosystem, we feel there are a number of opportunities. We start with, let's say, backward and forward integration. Examples is onshoring, assembly. Within Oman, we look at forward integration into green steel or cement, so that we, rather than send those molecules for export, is try to bring those heavy industry here in Oman and send the products of those heavy industries out. I think that adds more value for us in Oman, creates more employment overall, and enhances our economy. We also are interested, probably looking at carbon dioxide capture through direct air capture or other technologies, looking at how can we swap out or convert our existing product base for example, within OQ, within downstream to a more low carbon form. And then lastly, I think what hasn't been touched upon so far is tidal and offshore wind projects. And other things such as biofuels and sustainable aviation fuels. Those are areas which we think are of interest to us at OQ to help facilitate, but also on a country level. That's it. Thank you.
And to find out more about opportunities, please, Doctor.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me such a great pleasure to stand up here before you, looking at the audience, such a great audience today. And I could see some people standing in the back, so lots of momentum going on. But also give me great pleasure to be here today to be an Omani, representing Oman at the International Energy Agency as an expert, but also as a vice chairman of the summit. And with me, I have a delegation from the International Energy Agency who will be participating in the various projects today and tomorrow. I intend to present aspects on how does the IEA see the development that is taking place in Oman, and certainly provide as some independent views of how the scale and complexity of this, and what are the potential markets that will be and should be competitive from the IEA perspective. So it's been said that Oman is really competitive in many ways. But one of them is that Oman has started the journey of energy production, processing, and export decades back. So the expertise is there. And when the opportunity arose some 20 or 25 years ago, that the world has seen potentials for LNG appetite, Oman was the leader in the region to start LNG. When the potential and appetite for greater oil in the global markets was needed, Oman has ramped up the efforts to go into the enhanced oil recovery processes and technologies. So the resilience and the skills and the appetite is always there. So there's no surprise, and there should be no surprise to see the momentum on the hydrogen, in a way extending that leverage on the oil and gas legacy, but also integrating in that wider ecosystem. Oman sits obviously in one of the most competitive areas for hydrogen, for green hydrogen production. So it's part of the Gulf for sure, but also outside the Gulf. And that easiness and accessibility and exportability of the products, I think, gives the country such a leverage. We're working with Oman on a number of projects, and this is one of them. And we see with the great potential on clean hydrogen of 20 million tons by 2030, it's a very sizable potential. With that, we see Oman as one of the key players in the world, and certainly in the region. But we see also some challenges, and one of the challenges is market development. And what does that mean? What's the scale of that? What are the challenges within the local context, but also within the exportable or exporting potentials? We're showing today some of the preliminary results, and the report should be published by Q1 next year. But it should cover the potential for export, as I said, whether it's hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives, but also what are the opportunities to decarbonize the domestic hydrogen uses. Oman is currently the third largest producer of hydrogen today in the region, so there is a lot that Oman can leverage upon and utilize basically from today. What are the potential spillover impacts on decarbonizing the power sector with the renewables? So there is a lot of integration, and there should be. And what could be some of the policy recommendations out of this analysis? So our numbers are showing that Oman will take the lion's share as a potential exporter of hydrogen, with more than 60% of the export commodities going to the world. In the global hydrogen review that the IEA is doing and publishing every year, we have been in communication with the stakeholders in Oman, and we're seeing that more than 0.6 million tons is the aspiration by 2030. Obviously, these numbers were published before the announcement of the targets in Oman, but it's already sizable enough. And Oman is taking the lion's share in that regard. Now, working with numbers, and I think we all know that IEA has really detailed databases and continues to work with a member countries, but also with various countries around the world. And on hydrogen, we were trying to answer the question, is Oman competitive on the production side? And if so, what are the potential exporting destinations? So this is the final or the preliminary results as we see today. Oman is very competitive on the production side. You could see on the bar charts there the production and obviously the processing side with a range that we're given for Oman, Chile, and Australia. And on the right-hand side, there are the potential import destinations that we see Oman will be really competing for. It's Central Europe, South Korea, and Japan. So this is, this is comparing the clean hydrogen production costs in those various countries. And we're building on this graph to also put together what would be the cost of producing or exporting the various types of hydrogen. So is it blue hydrogen and green hydrogen and so on. So we're carrying on with analysis on that perspective. But it's already showing that Oman will be competitive by 2030. The production cost will be around $1.5 per kilogram of hydrogen. Obviously the costing of the conversions of ammonia, methane, and so on, these will take a good share of the additionality on the production cost. Now, in terms of scale, currently Oman is exporting oil, exporting gas, exporting petrochemicals. So the closest and most natural benchmark to us was to take natural gas to compare the hydrogen against. So with the 0.6 that we are saying, that we have recorded in our databases, that we see this will make 1/6 of the exporting commodities of natural gas today. So it's very sizable, and this is according to our database. So if Oman develops, and we've seen the high aspirations that His Excellency has so much emphasized, and obviously the presentations from Abdulaziz and Dr. Faraz, that the aspiration is huge. And I think Oman is taking a very good combo of market development, but also a planning development, where the concessions are announced, the regulatory framework will be announced. So there is a lot of synergy going on to develop the hydrogen. So if Oman captures 10 to 15%, and I guess the announced targets are already within that space, Oman will be exporting volumes that are so much close or exceeding the current volumes that Oman exports from the natural gas. Obviously, this graph can be easily converted into money. So how much the hydrogen will make and how much the gas will make, of course, following scenarios of what will the gas be and the hydrogen be in the future. This is also to compare the pipeline of hydrogen projects, the 0.6 million that we're capturing in our database by 2030, and the national targets that were recently announced. So the 1 million target by 2030, and obviously the targets for 2040 and 2050. And what is currently the hydrogen use and hydrogen production in Oman, which is around 1.1 million tons today. So the exporting commodities in 2030, which is the second green column from the left, they're more or less double up the size of hydrogen production in Oman. So currently 1.1, which is gray hydrogen, fossil-based hydrogen. With that green hydrogen coming in, it'll be double the size. So there is a lot of potential to also start thinking of switching the current industries, the feedstock industries, but also the fuel industries that are relying on hydrogen, and that would create a huge market for the local consumption in Oman. In terms of, again, comparing the hydrogen, the SMR hydrogen, the blue hydrogen, and the green hydrogen in various years, 2022 and 2030, and depending on the gas price, we've seen some recent spikes in the gas price, and there is a lot of appetite, for markets out, elsewhere for LNG imports. So depending on the gas price, we see that the hydrogen, or the green hydrogen, will continue to be competitive. And it will take the same trend as the PV panels for the power generation. Huge decline with the huge ramp up of the supply chains and the scales of economies, and obviously the huge interest from the importing countries. And again, the value for green hydrogen that we see will fall down to 1.5 or thereby in 2030, which will be competitive for the markets. Also, there is a huge demand for energy in industry. And I think it was highlighted by Abdulaziz in the presentation just now, that industry uses a lot of energy. 74% of the industrial energy used in the GCC goes to heat. And we've done the detailed analysis for Oman, and certainly above 70%. So there is a lot that also Oman can capitalize, in addition to the feedstock switching, also to switch the fuel, the energy used for heat. We've done the classification for the industrial setups in Oman, following a detailed analysis. So classifying the industries into low temperature, you could see the scale at the bottom, low temperature and the steam range between 100 to 400 degrees, and the mid temperature and obviously the high temperature. You could see there, certainly some industries falling, within the low and the mid or the steam ranges, but there is a big potential for the energy intensive uses, that Oman can consider the hydrogen to start switching and developing the market in Oman. So certainly in the refinery, with the mid-temperature ranges, the petrochemicals, but also it goes to the high-temperature ranges in iron and steel, cement, and aluminum. And this is, by the way, some countries around the world are already looking into this. So this is not conceptual. Some already are taking the initial steps to really start transitioning the current setups. So we're finalizing our analysis with the attention to produce some policy recommendations to put to the decision maker in Oman, the Ministry of Energy and Minerals. But some of them will include how Oman can incentivize the switching, given the local context, how Oman can incentivize that, what are some of the best practices around the world, and what are the storage possibilities with the huge ramp up of renewables, huge ramp up of green hydrogen, and potential to switch the current industries. In no time, Oman will foresee big renewables coming to the stream. So what are the potential storage possibilities? Is the natural hydro, the pumped hydro, hydrogen? What is that system integration avenues look like or should look like? With that, I close my presentation, and thank you so much.
So you touched upon, things that are vital, really, things like developing market internally, externally, developing planning strategies, policy incentives, storage, and integration, key. So with those thoughts in mind, I hand over to Dr. Khalil from the National Hydrogen Alliance to talk to us about regulation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It will not be about regulation, but regulation is part of it. But I think latching on the integration bit, it's fair to say that if you look at the hydrogen value chain, it's a long one. And to me, it is longer than the traditional oil and gas value chain. And there is no one player that can harness the value of this value chain across the end-to-end. And to do that, you would need almost everybody with his own expertise, with his own contribution to that value chain. So hence, collaboration to me is a key. And if we cannot achieve the collaboration in the right manner, we risk harnessing suboptimal value from the hydrogen value chain. Now, last year around this time, we had our kickoff meeting. It was on the other side of the conference, and I'm overwhelmed by the number of people here today. We had to extend the whole last year. I hope we don't have to do it this year. In that kickoff meeting, there were so many questions were raised. Why do we need the Hydrogen Alliance? What is the Hydrogen Alliance? What is HyFly? What do we focus on? So 1 year on, I thought maybe it's wise to come and share publicly what is the Hydrogen Alliance, what did we do, who are there, and what we're trying to do as well. I'll take 10 minutes to go through this, and this is the picture on the bottom is a reminder of where we come from the COVID eras. This is when we signed the Hydrogen Alliance agreement between the 15 parties. It was in August 2021. The logos are on the screen. Those are the founding members. And of course, we welcomed Hydrom through the EDO after they have been established. That's a very fantastic addition to the people in the high fly. Again, we operate as an expert, sort of collective expertise or collective mind of the hydrogen economy in Oman. We have 3 working groups that provide their third eye review sometimes, initiate work sometimes, based on a steer from the steering committee that is headed by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral, and we're pleased to have His Excellency as the chairperson of the steering committee. Reminder of the objective, it's building that ecosystem. Hydrogen is beyond the project. It's an ecosystem, and if you don't have your eye on what is that ecosystem, who should be there, and how do we nudge people to be part of that ecosystem, we'll probably, again, be not harnessing the full potential. Shared national vision. From day one, this has been a shared national vision. It was a shared momentum, and you need to carry everybody who is important along. And reiterate what His Excellency said this morning, the public also need to know. People would ask, what is in it for me? And that is also part of parcel of the National Hydrogen Alliance objective, to create that national vision for hydrogen. Policy and regulation is one of the parts that we focus on, sounding the policies with the beneficiaries, tapping into the collective mind of the hydrogen minds in the Hydrogen Alliance, while developing or approving policies is one of the objectives here as well. And we look at integrating the roadmaps between all the key players. Focus areas for 2022 were our sort of best guess. What should we focus on? We looked at decarbonization and net zero emissions, and one of the key elements that hydrogen could support or even could drive. And today we're very proud to see that element moving in its own momentum, in its own governance and its own targets. We looked at developing the supply chain, and we believe this is crucial, whether to localize the supply chain or to make sure that it doesn't pose a risk to the development. And it was mentioned this morning. There's so many hydrogen projects around the world. Actually, Hydrogen Council report that was issued 2 months ago estimated that there's 50% more projects being announced in 2022 compared to 2021. And they all have the 2030 target, by the way. So the supply chain is a risk as much as it is an opportunity for the hydrogen economy. Creating local demand, and I think this is going forward, is a critical element for the nation here. We're very pleased to hear the announcement of the green steel a few days ago, and those projects that would maximize the value for Oman, those projects that will create more jobs going forward. Development of ecosystem and R&D, and I will show some examples about the work that was initiated and completed. Raising Oman ranking and investability, confidence. Oman today ranks a top 5 cheapest places to produce hydrogen in the world, and we're doing good in terms of attracting the attention to the development, and Dr. Faraz and Abdulaziz have also highlighted how well are we developing that. And last but not least, certification export. We produce a lot of hydrogen in the world, and if people want green hydrogen, clean hydrogen, it has to be authentic. There has to be a transparency, there has to be an authenticity. Yes, this hydrogen that I'm loading from the ship in Duqm going to Netherlands, to Germany, has an X CO2 embedded, or it was produced and not emitting beyond the threshold of CO2. And this is a global concern today, and this is where a lot of momentum needs to happen globally to ensure that we have the authenticity and we protect the clean or the green hydrogen market. Examples from our key highlights work packages that were delivered by different members. We've explored the hydrogen hubs, and I encourage you to attend the session today in the technical stream, explaining what have we found about Sur Hydrogen Hub. It's a pre-feasibility study. We have also explored the feasibility of blending hydrogen in the natural gas network of Oman, what possibilities and what limitations or risks that could blend. Abdullah talked a little bit about the opportunities that we could bring through the hydrogen. That's also another work package that is being delivered as part of this year program. On the certification and export, and this is the most active part of the Hydrogen Alliance, where there was a lot of deliberation with the developers, with the local auditors, together also with the international certification bodies.
if we are to certify a hydrogen produced in Oman, what is that system that will enable us? And this is what we believe is a possible early certification market structure for Oman. Now, this is ongoing work, it's developing as we speak, and the main thing to realize that the world still lacks the legal cover for any certification system. We're all looking at the European Union as the leading legislation sort of body in the world, but yet we're waiting until the end of this year to understand what is that legal definition of a green hydrogen. The certification bodies, the third-party assurance people, very proactive. They have so many certification schemes. They can calculate your CO2 emission across the value chain, but will X country allow you to sell it as green or not? And that is a critical, a critical policy that the world would need. Another focus area was the R&D, innovation, and the capability building, and I would like also to recognize and thank those members who are actively participating. Latching on what His Excellency said this morning, the young generation, the schools and the kids need to know what we're talking about. So there is a competition, which I think happening on the other side of the building, for younger or school generation to know and understand hydrogen. We had a graduate exchange program between Oman and Netherlands, and I think they're also here, and in the conference today they will finish it by end of this month. And we had an open public hydrogen through SQ and ABSR also this year. International dialogue is an important part of what we do, and we have to continue doing this international dialogue and talking once, twice, 3 times, even to the same people, because it's so dynamic when it comes to the policy and regulation. We have provided, on behalf of the Hydrogen Alliance and Oman, our feedback to the European Commission on the proposed delegated act for RED II. We've also engaged with various think tanks on the opportunities for Oman. And yesterday, we were very happy to host our first Hydrogen Alliance of Oman, Hydrogen Alliance of Korea joint event on the side of this conference to bring in that cross-border collaboration. I will end with this slide, which I showed last year. And I think if we are to develop the hydrogen economy, the hydrogen hubs, and I think what Asiad calls now hydrogen valleys, is important. Because that is where we produce the hydrogen today. That is where we have the expertise to handle hydrogen, and that is where we ship hydrogen products. We talk about Sur, where we have ammonia jetty. And today we talk about ammonia as a mean of shipping hydrogen around. We talk about Sohar, where 40% of the natural gas that goes to Sohar is converted to hydrogen. We talk about Salalah. We heard the news about bunkering fuel based on hydrogen, or ships fuel based on hydrogen. Duqm, I have to say no more. That is where everything is happening, and that's where the first 2 blocks will be announced. I think I'm running over time, but thank you for listening, and it's my famous hydrogen bridge, I call it now. There'll be so many people, but those holding the bridge are also as important, and those who have crossed earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalil. So really, we just got a fantastic overview of advantage, the unfair advantage that this nation has, but the advantage of this form of energy moving forward, the opportunities that exist, and why Oman and how Oman fits into the bigger jigsaw puzzle. Key, though, are the words that we heard at the end, so certification, legislation, and legal definitions, so important. The thing is that many of you are running with this, which is brilliant. Let's hope that these things, the definitions and so on, don't hold you up further down the line. Thank you very much indeed. We are going to break for tea and coffee. We will see you back here, I believe, in 15 minutes.
Yeah, testing, testing.
Assalamu alaikum. Please do take your seats. Now, my takeaway is this. You know, the contribution from green hydrogen is going to be very small in the short term. Of course, it'll increase in the long term, but the significance, and correct me if I'm wrong as an outsider, the significance is that the industries, the application basically of green hydrogen is in industries that are highly polluting and that are difficult to use other green sources to provide the energy needed. And this is really important, and it's why conferences like this are vital. So, yes, if I have left a gap in my knowledge, please enlighten me. But again, green hydrogen, not a significant contributor in the short term, but very important because of where it is being used and will be used more so in future. And I have some news to share, courtesy of the power of conversation. Somebody I don't know and who doesn't know me gave me a brilliant piece of news. He said, I think his name is David, he shared with me that there is a competition called Earthshot. Does anybody know Earthshot Enterprise? And that our Omani team won, woohoo, $1 million. This is just 3 days ago. 2 childhood friends from Oman got together, taking carbon, making it into rocks. There you go. Then they've already started. So I love this. I love the spirit of 2 things, I'll be honest. I love the spirit of openness that we have here in the conference. Do you agree? It's a nice chill affair where we can actually have conversations and get a feel for people as well as policy. Yes or no? Yes. And I love the fact that it is about the doing, right? Because we can talk all the talk. If we don't do, it's meaningless. So I shall stop talking in just a minute. I'd like to invite our next speakers to the stage. Please welcome to talk about decarbonization of heavy industry, specifically from Fortescue Future Industries, Julie Shuttleworth. From the International Energy Agency, Jose Bermudez Menendez. Vice President Hydrogen at Shell, Paul Bojas. And Vice President of Green Hydrogen Air Products, Ahmed Hababu. And we will follow the same format as we did before. Presentations within 10 minutes, please. Starting now with you, Julia.
Hi, I'm Julie. The planet's cooking and we need to take action. Fortescue is one of the largest iron ore mining operations in the world, and we're a heavy carbon emitter. We're doing something about it. We'll decarbonise our mining operations by 2030 using green hydrogen, green ammonia and renewable electricity. These are our mining operations in Australia, 4 operating mines producing over 180 million tonnes of iron ore per year. A 5th mine in construction will commence next year, joined by 800 kilometres of railway line, a 5-berth port, transmission lines connecting the mine sites, all owned and operated by us. We're using 700 million litres of diesel per year, 15 million gigajoules of gas, and if we don't do anything by 2030, we'll be emitting 3 million tonnes of carbon dioxide each year. Our targets are to be real zero by 2030 for our Scope 1 and 2 emissions. That's real zero, not net zero. Real zero means zero fossil fuels. It means eliminating diesel and gas completely, using technology, not fake solutions such as offsets, to get to zero. When we look at 2030 and our emissions, you can see here 3 million tonnes of carbon dioxide per year. 25% of that is stationary power. We don't connect to a grid in Australia on our mines. We've got diesel generators running our stationary equipment. We've got about 26% of our carbon emissions from the huge haul trucks. These trucks are 8 metres high. They carry 400 tonnes fully loaded. Our trains there, nearly 10% of emissions. They're 3 kilometres long, carry 35,000 tonnes of material each load. So we've got a lot of heavy diesel equipment that we need to decarbonise. This is not easy, but we're not sitting around waiting for equipment manufacturers to do it for us. We're actually doing this ourselves, in-house, developing our own technology, acquiring technology to decarbonise our operations. We have put in place a fully costed decarbonisation roadmap. We've committed $6.2 billion US dollars to decarbonise our operations by 2030, and we have the full schedule in place. Already, we're installing solar and wind through our operations and connecting our mines by transmission lines. A 60 megawatt solar plant last year already eliminated 80 million litres of diesel in the year. We're building right now a green hydrogen plant that will fuel up some of our fleet next year from green hydrogen. And by 2025, we'll start replacing our haul trucks, which is hundreds of haul trucks, with zero emission fleet. Now, the good thing is this is part of our normal equipment replacement cycle. So it all makes complete sense. We're changing out the equipment when we would anyway, but instead of a diesel engine powering those haul trucks, it'll be powered by zero emissions. This is not just good for the planet. This is actually good business sense. We'll show that heavy industry can decarbonise profitably. We'll save over $800 million US dollars per year by eliminating diesel and gas at current prices. This will pay off our investment by 2034 and have a double-digit rate of return. So it's not just being done for the planet, it can be done profitably, and that's what Fortescue is aiming to show heavy industry around the world. This is the heavy equipment we need to decarbonise. You can see it's huge. We're developing this technology ourselves. We've also acquired Williams Advanced Engineering, which is a UK company that has developed technology for the Formula One. So we're taking that technology from the racetrack into the mining operations to decarbonise huge haul trucks, huge trains, huge excavators, and using that technology from batteries, electronics that has been developed by Williams for the Formula One. When we look at the haul trucks, there's a lot of options. First, battery electric. We're putting in a huge battery to run off solar and wind renewable power in a haul truck. We'll be operating at our mine site next year. We've developed a hydrogen-run haul truck. The first in the world was developed last year by us, by our in-house team, in just 100 days. Next year, that will be operating on our mine sites from green hydrogen. And we've also got a partnership with Liebherr, which is a huge mining equipment company. They're going to be providing us the haul trucks without the drivetrain, and we'll be installing our zero emissions drivetrain. So the complete plan has come together to decarbonise our haul trucks. So we're leading the way with the world with this. In terms of trains, like I mentioned, these are 3 kilometres long. These are huge trains, the heaviest haul and fastest trains in the world to carry all that material. We have already had a train running on over 80% ammonia injection this year, and in next year we'll be operating on the tracks running on ammonia. We're developing an infinity train. Our trains are 35,000 tonnes of material on them. They go downhill about 300 kilometres, about a 300-metre elevation drop. There's a lot of gravitational energy that's being created when that train goes downhill. We're going to take that energy and put it into a battery system. Once it's offloaded, the material, it can go back to the mine sites empty without any recharging. We're calling it the infinity train. You don't even need to inject energy into it. It's just going to go round and round, creating the energy itself. And we'll have that on the tracks in the next couple of years. It's being developed right now. And of course, battery electric locomotives, we're trialling those as well. So you can see here we're trialling different parallel renewable electricity and batteries, all to test that technology in an operating environment. Shipping, we've got 8 of our own very large ore carriers. They're 330 metres long. They carry 270,000 tonnes of material. We have to eliminate that marine fuel, which is the dirtiest polluting fuel on the planet. We're right now converting a 75-metre ship to run on ammonia. That's our first test ship. And then we'll start converting our ships to run on green ammonia to show the shipping industry that it can be done. Now, of course, being an iron ore miner, we're worried about our Scope 3 emissions also. Our goal is to be net zero Scope 3 emissions by 2040. We're working with our customers to try and eliminate the use of fossil fuels in their blast furnaces, in their direct reduction processes. We're developing some technology ourselves using low temperature electrolysis of iron ore to make green iron. We're also using green hydrogen to make green iron, and we're doing all that test work right now to help feed into eliminating those Scope 3 emissions from making steel, which currently The steel industry eliminates about 8% of the world's carbon emissions, so we need to do something about that. At our Christmas Creek mine in Australia, we're right now building a green hydrogen facility, running off solar power, feeding into 2 electrolyzers to make green hydrogen. This will be commissioned next year. It will feed a fleet of coaches that will run on green hydrogen to take the workers around the mine site. It will feed a green hydrogen into a haul truck. It will feed green hydrogen into a drill rig, and it will feed green hydrogen into a huge excavator. In the operating environment, we're going to prove that it can work. Then, of course, we're going to get a lot of learnings from that. Apply those learnings to develop the next prototypes and the technology so that by 2025, we've got these in the operating environment really working and performing for us. And Fortescue isn't just decarbonising our operations. We've got Fortescue Future Industries, which is the green energy arm of Fortescue. And welcome to our booth later. We've got a booth here in the exhibition hall. We're developing a portfolio of green hydrogen and green ammonia projects around the world to make 15 million tonnes of green hydrogen by 2030. Of course, one of our key objectives is to create green hydrogen projects here in Oman also, and that's why we've got such a great presence here today. We've got an electrolyser manufacturing facility in construction right now in Australia. We looked at the supply chain, and of course, no one's making enough electrolysers to supply our projects, so we're doing it ourselves. The world's largest electrolyser manufacturing facility is in construction by us right now and will be commissioned next year to make 2 gigawatts per year capacity. We'll learn from that, optimise that processing train, and then replicate that many times over to make 20 gigawatts and even more. And we're not going to replicate just this in Australia, but globally. Our goal is to make green hydrogen at scale here in Oman, and if we make it at scale, we can bring electrolyser manufacturing here also, and that's our objective. We can put it anywhere around the world. And what's also important is the offtake. We're working closely with some important partners such as E.ON, one of the biggest electricity and energy distributors in Germany and Europe. And we've got an offtake agreement with them to provide 5 million tonnes of green hydrogen into Europe by 2030. We're investing in infrastructure around the world, including a port in Germany that can import green products. So we're developing the whole green hydrogen supply chain, not just in our operations in Australia to decarbonise, producing green hydrogen from a global portfolio of projects, making the technology needed, making the components such as electrolysers that's needed, and of course, investing in infrastructure around the world to make this happen. So that's the end of my presentation. What I wanted to do was give a bit of a snapshot of a heavy industry company that is taking action. We are developing the technology. We are going to do it. What we want to do is show the world that heavy industry can decarbonise profitably, and then there's no reason for any other heavy industry company, any other country around the world not to do the same thing and take action to stop the planet from cooking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was actually brilliant. Question for you, though, before we move on, is what would you say to any government entity sector looking to do what you've done to decarbonise? What's the thing, you know, again, that you wish you'd done earlier, that you've learned, whatever? What's that thing that will get the catalyst going?
The most important thing for government is to make sure there's clear and efficient approvals pathways to make sure that companies that want to develop renewable energy, that want to develop green hydrogen projects can get on and get stuck into it. What we don't want is lengthy delays of years of permitting, approvals, legislation changes to enable it. We need those enabling things in place very quickly so we can all work together to take this action. Okay, so the enabler being policy. Policies, pathways, very clear and efficient approvals pathways. Because as soon as we get these projects going, you can learn from them, apply those learnings to the next one, and you get the flywheel turning of green hydrogen. And my big takeaway is do it yourself, basically. Here we go. Don't sit around and wait for other people to do it. You've got to do it yourself. Thank you very much indeed. Excellent presentation. Over to you on behalf of the IAEA. Jose. Please, yes.
Okay, here we go. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Glad to be here representing the IEA and having the opportunity to present some of the findings of our work tracking the development of hydrogen technologies, hydrogen markets, and also how hydrogen can contribute in this changing energy landscape that we are facing these days. Just want to highlight that everything that I'm going to present now is also available in our latest Global Hydrogen Review, which is an annual report that the IEA started to produce since last year, and it's an output from the Clean Energy Ministerial Hydrogen Initiative. Always pressing the wrong button. There you go. I normally start this presentation saying that hydrogen the momentum behind hydrogen keeps being strong, but I think this is widely known by this audience. It is today widely recognized as a key tool for governments to achieve their decarbonization and the clean energy plans. But now it's also recognized as an opportunity to enhance energy security, since it helps us in diversifying the supply of fuels, but also in moving away from fossil fuels. I think this is going a bit faster than expected. There you go. So in lately years, we have seen a lot of net zero commitments by governments all around the world, and this has, of course, increased the momentum behind hydrogen and increased the interest in hydrogen, particularly in low-emission hydrogen. But the recent invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the energy crisis that it has sparked has strengthened even more the interest on low-emission hydrogen. And give me just 3 examples of this acceleration that we are serving lately. First of all, last year, 9 new governments presented and adopted their national strategies, national hydrogen strategies. This increased to 26, the number of countries that have national hydrogen strategies in place, and more than 20 other governments are currently working on developing theirs. Industry is pushing for large projects for the production of hydrogen from water electrolysis and fossil fuels with CCUS, some of which have already reached final investment decisions. And a series of companies have started to sign offtake agreements for hydrogen. However, the uncertainty in the market does not allow most of these MOUs or offtake agreements to be binding. Finally, governments are looking at opportunities to cooperate, to accelerate the development of an international hydrogen market. And yesterday we have a really interesting panel on the opening session of this event, in which 5 governments that are working on this specific space are exploring the conversations. However, the adoption of low-emission hydrogen as a clean feedstock for industry, but also as a clean fuel, is still at its earliest stages of development. It's very nascent, and as it has happened with many other technologies that hopefully today are already scaled up and commercial, like in the case of solar PV, we need regular monitoring, regular tracking to see if we are going in the right direction and at the right speed. So, starting from the point of departure, hydrogen demand reached in 2021 94 million tons, and this is 5% higher than the demand in 2020, but it also represents a recovery to above pre-pandemic levels, which were 91 million tons in 2019 and was its previous historical maximum. However, and I'm afraid to say this, there is not much to celebrate around this, because this is not a result of real-world policy action. Most of the increase in demand occurred in traditional applications for hydrogen, name it refining and the chemical industries. Hydrogen demand in those new applications that will be needed for reaching a net zero world were 60% higher than in 2020, but they just account for 40,000 tons of hydrogen every year. However, there are important signs of progress, and these come on the back of technological advances on those technologies that I mentioned that are needed for a net zero world. A good example is steel making. Just 1 year after the first pilot for the use of green hydrogen in the production of steel, the number of announcements for new projects and for large-scale commercial projects are growing fast. If all those announcements...
We own and operate more than 100 hydrogen facilities. It is true today is gray hydrogen. In the future, we are taking the steps to make them all, I would say, clean hydrogen. And we deliver on a daily basis more than 9,000 metric tons per day. This is more than 2 million tons per year. With our experience, the 60 years that I was mentioning, the expertise in operating and distributing and selling, the commercialization is important because we need consumer at the end. We have taken bold decisions to lead the transition to the clean hydrogen production with real projects. We are not talking about MOUs, pre-FEED study, FEED study. We are taking the steps, buying lands, putting pilings, engineering, really under executions. And more than 4,200 metric tons per day under development. So you make the sum of them, you have a picture. But what is very important, and I appreciate that my colleague was mentioning, is time to action. And this shows that Air Products, we have taken these actions 2 years ago. And as announced back in last May, we are developing with our partners, OQ and Aquapower, a large green hydrogen project. You have a picture of the signing ceremony with our CEO, which will be similar to NEOM project that I will cover later on, and it will be located, inshallah, in Salalah. Back to my number, we have announced 15 billion to drive the energy transition. And we have already committed more than 11 million. This means that we have completed the final investment decisions. So we did the FIDs. We have secured lands. We have engaged for all the required licenses, environment licenses, etc. And we have placed orders. You probably have seen the 2 gigawatt of order that we have placed to ThyssenKrupp, who is present in this conference. And we hired engineers really to engage the engineering and the procurement of these projects. So we are on the pace of delivering these projects. The Alberta one, which you probably heard, but which is really a blue hydrogen, $1.5 billion. The California one, which to produce sustainable aviation fuel, $1.7 billion. The Louisiana one that I will cover later on, which is a blue one, $4.5 billion. The NEOM projects, more than $5 billion, and more to come. So I want to cover a couple of projects which show you really the scale of what we're undertaking today. The NEOM Green Hydrogen Project is a joint venture that we have with Aquapower and NEOM, and by 2026, it will be the largest production facility in the world, with around 1.2 million of green ammonia produced annually. The green ammonia for us will be the sole off-taker of this product. And the green ammonia will be using this green ammonia only as a carrier of the green hydrogen. What does that mean? That means on the downstream side of it, and I will show some of the examples later on, we have started developing, which is very important because we need to go to the consumer, developing the required infrastructure to receive the ammonia, convert it into hydrogen, which after it will be distributed to the heavy industry, to heavy duty transportation, as my colleagues mentioned, but also to all the captive customers that we have already, which give you an example about the 9,000 tons per day that we are talking. The second one we announced it actually in October, just after the Inflation Reduction Act has passed. We've been working on this, and to be fair, the IRA was a catalyst to do this project. So will be our first green hydrogen project in US, okay? It is a 500 million project, which basically we use hydropower. That means the electrolysis will be fully loaded, because the issue with the solar and wind projects, the capacity factor of the electrolysis is not 100%, let's say, okay? And we will convert it to liquid hydrogen. So this one is not ammonia, and we, Air Products, have the technology of the liquefaction of hydrogen. And it will be for domestic use, okay? It will be 35 tons per day of production. And we expect, which is very important, we have taken already the steps for that, that we benefit from the famous $3 per kg from the IRA, because it is zero, what we call it CI, zero carbon intensity. Although we focus on the green hydrogen in this summit, I would like also to share with what we are doing in the blue hydrogen, because it's equally important to green hydrogen. Hydrogen production paired with carbon capture and sequestration technology is a natural step and a bridge to provide energy in a sustainable way using the natural resources that we have. And the Louisiana project is a demonstration of our leadership in this segment. We are building the largest facility producing both blue hydrogen and blue ammonia. The blue hydrogen produced will be injected in the hydrogen pipeline that I have mentioned. We have, as you recall, more than 1,200 kilometers on the Gulf Coast of the US, and the ammonia will be exported. Which is very important is this sequestration of the CO2. So today we have a project to capture 1 million, and it is the largest in the world, and this will be 5 times bigger than what we have today. To give you the scale of what that means. Again, and this is also to the policy makers, this will benefit from the IRA incentive program, which we call the 45Q, which gives basically $85 per ton of CO2 sequestered. So that's the side of the production, but that's not sufficient. As you imagine, we need to go to the consumer, and we have been taking also steps to develop the infrastructure to receive the green ammonia and convert it into green hydrogen. We have already announced, as you see here on the slide, 3 terminals, which are in Rotterdam, Hamburg, and Immingham. These are strategic locations to serve the UK and the northern continent in Europe with green hydrogen. For that, we are looking to develop a NEOM-like project like the H2 Oman that has been shared with you today. And to finish, I think now we look to the production, we look to the infrastructure users. We have the normal users, I would say, for green steel, the green fertilizers, etc. But the mobility is important. Why? Because the transportation sector accounts for more than 30% of the global emissions. And the heavy-duty vehicles are, as my colleague Paul has mentioned, it is hard to abate. The fuel cell technology is most probably the only viable solution for this segment today. And Air Products, as you see on this slide, we have a large experience to engineer, build, and operate hydrogen refueling stations. We did more than 250 projects. We are currently operating 70 of them to refuel cars, buses, and forklifts. The technology of the trucks, it will come very soon. However, we committed as Air Products to convert our fleet of trucks, 2,000 trucks, to fuel cell trucks. And we are working together with Cummins on that perspective. Furthermore, we started deploying our network in key locations, working with government entities, logistic companies, and OEMs to build the HRS, the hydrogen refueling station. And for the ones that didn't have the opportunity, you can visit one of the mobile hydrogen fueling stations that we are showcasing here outside. You can have also a test drive in the hydrogen-fueled Toyota Mirai car, and really I will welcome you to do that, to sense what it is the reality of, at least of the hydrogen. Everyone talks about hydrogen, but what it is, where it's going, and this you will see it, touch it by your eyes. So in conclusion, it is critical that we significantly step up activity to execute real clean hydrogen projects. Investment and innovations are required throughout the value chain, including technology, product development, production, supply chain infrastructure, and obviously consumption. Businesses and governments need to work hand in hand to bring green hydrogen at scale to the world if we are serious about our objective on the climate change to reduce the emissions. And in Air Products, and I hope it was a good demonstration for you, Air Products, we have taken leading steps in that direction, and I would say move humanity forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Ahmed. So you do hydrogen, you want to do more green hydrogen. What is that one thing, if you could wave a wand, what's the one thing that you'd like to, that'll make that happen, basically? What's the...
I would say, I would maybe restate what my colleague said. I think many things come together, but policies is very important to fast track, because I think time is to action now. And we see when it comes to policies, regulations, it's a lot of administration work, and then it slows down a lot of things. The second thing, I think, technology. Okay, so we need keep up with the technology. We talk about alkaline, for example, alkaline, PEM. We are looking for the next generations of these technology to improve not only the cost, but also the efficiency of these electrolysis, because still green hydrogen is an expensive product today. Okay, and I would say what we need is businesses is to start taking the lead. I would say so, like Air Products, take the risk, a bold decision, make it happen. Because if not, we are going to talk about the chicken and eggs for a long time.
Again, policy key. Do it yourself. Start doing it. That's the big takeaway. Thank you very much to our speakers, and. Thank you. Can we please welcome to the stage for our panel discussion His Excellency, the Minister of Energy and Minerals, Your Excellency Salim Al-Aufi, please. The Deputy Vice Minister for Climate and Energy at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy for the Netherlands, His Excellency Mikhail Heydra. The Deputy Director of Energy Cooperation with North Africa, the Near and Middle East, German Federal Ministry, from the German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Ellen von Zitt-Ewitz. Steve Femister, the Managing Director of Petroleum Development Oman. And I don't know if we are being joined virtually by Dr. Fatih Birol from the International Energy Agency, are we? We are not, okay. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to have a discussion, but it will be open to Q&A. Can I please ask that if you have a question, put your hand up, We have roving microphones. I don't know how many or where the people who have the microphones are, but if they could put their hand up with the microphone, that would be appreciated. And I would suggest that you come to the front of the room so we can see you on either side, please. When you ask a question, in the interest of time and to give others opportunity too, keep it very brief, please. Thank you. Okay. I thought we had fantastic presentations and discussions so far, and what I'd love to know from you is what you make of it. That's the first question to each of you, please, Your Excellency. So what is your big takeaway from the sessions today?
Maybe my big takeaway is answering your last question, which is what would it take? And contrary to probably what Ahmed and Julie said, I would reverse that challenge to them and
Hold
said,
it close to you.
I would reverse that challenge to them and said, actually, we are ready, and we want you to put your hands where your mouth is. If it is regulation, if it is speed of decision, if it is policy, I'm ready to sit down and sign with you today. Let's go through the process. Because here is the thing. We announced late October the process. And until today, some of the companies that keep putting the flag up and say we need decision making, we need clarity of the process, they haven't even registered. And frankly, if you don't register, we don't recognize you. And if we don't recognize you, we don't talk to you. And if you don't talk to you, you'll come back here and say, we don't know what's happening because you did not register. So please go through the site, Hydrom site, register, come and talk to us. And if they are a showstopper, my office is open.
And you're here. And in fact, I mean, this is a big thing, though. It's the word reluctant, right? So what is this reluctance from? What is it that's holding people and companies and policymakers back? Who would like to answer that question, please? I volunteer you.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I think His Excellency Salim already talked about all the elements that need to come together and come into action. We already discussed this chicken and egg problem. But if I see this whole group together here today, I think we have the means to solve it here together. And this is so important to have this dialogue and bringing the dialogue to action by having all the components on the demand side, countries being ready to import hydrogen, on the producer side to produce sufficient amounts of green hydrogen. We've seen here all the licenses and the auction system that is starting to really kickstart the green hydrogen production. We've heard about the subsidies that importing countries make available, the infrastructure that's being in place, and all the industries that want this transformation. So I think we're much closer to breaking the chicken-egg problem than we were 1-2 years ago, and now it is making a beautiful omelette out of it for a greener world. Thank you.
But I suppose the big question is, what is the risk? Where is it? Who's going to carry it?
Well, there are so many actors involved that it requires boldness on all sides. I think the Omani government is very bold in making this decision. And there's the big announcement on the COP that Oman wants to be green by 2050. And I think you cannot underestimate that leadership in there, because that shows that green hydrogen is not a gimmick, not something that you want to do a few years. No, this is the future. It also shows that you want to do domestically what you want to do for industries abroad. So there's boldness there. There's boldness on the side of the companies that without clear returns are already starting pilot projects. There's boldness on the side of the governments that have huge subsidies for sometimes technologies that are in infant stages. So I think it requires boldness from many sides, and that's, I think, where we are together today to make our boldness into dreams and dreams into realities. Thank you.
In fact, you have signed MOUs as well recently. So, Ellen, for example, how does the jigsaw puzzle start fitting together from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I would like to congratulate Your Excellency about this excellent summit and also the excellent team you have and presentation this morning. For me, it's really clear coming here now what your strategy is. And I think you have many means now together. And I would also like to encourage the German companies which are here, some very high level, really to use this opportunity. I mean, some are already, I think, engaged. And I would like to echo a little bit back from the excellent presentations I heard in the last panel. It's really very inspiring. Sometimes you go to meetings and it's not as inspiring, I have to say that today. So congratulations. De-risking is something from both sides. The German government, who is probably one of the biggest off-taker together with our Netherlands and Belgium friends in Northern Europe, we are also ready. We dedicated significant amounts now for the national but also for the international collaboration. On Thursday, our Minister and Vice Chancellor will announce actually H2 Global. So this is an opportunity also for the companies and projects here to apply to the scheme. It's an auctioning scheme and projects also in Oman can apply, and we will cover the cost of difference for a period of 10 years. So I hope this will not cover all the gigawatt projects you have here, but for the first movers, I think this gives you even more stability and de-risking. And I would also like to say something about the framework conditions and policies. My ministry in the German government, we have worked very hard over the last years to create the right policy frameworks. And even we are waiting for the final decisions at the European level. I think a lot is already known. And you don't have to wait for the final design of the project. You can already use what's known there, and then in the next months you will see the final decision. So I think there is no need also anymore to say, okay, but policies are not right, you have to wait. But I think this de-risking is really something we need to do from both sides, and also the private sector needs to start the project now. Thank you.
And so, Steve, the title of your company, Petroleum, when are we going to have energy, just energy?
You might have to ask that to His Excellency the Minister. We've had this discussion before. Yeah, it looks a little bit out of place, doesn't it? But I think, look, the reality is, and His Excellency and I and the board of PDO have discussed this many, many times. The reality is we are building a new energy system whilst sustaining the current energy system. I was at ADIPEC and the CEO Roundtable, and there's a lot of folk out there who seem to believe you can just flick a switch overnight on a global energy system. I don't think that's right. I don't think anybody in this room would genuinely believe that. So we have an obligation. It behooves us to sustain the existing energy system whilst also transitioning to a new one. And sustaining the existing energy system is hydrocarbon-based. But the new rules say we have to do that in a different fashion, a very, very different fashion. If you wish to go on in the panel, we can talk about how oil and gas companies, including PDO, under His Excellency's leadership, are doing exactly that. So that's part of our obligation. But we will also play a role in transitioning into new energies. And again, if you want to hear some more about that, we can talk about that during the panel. So I think it's two-part. It really is two-part. We have to build that new energy system while sustaining the current one in very, very different ways, which means abating hydrocarbon production.
Which is why I said energy, you see. I didn't say green hydrogen, which is why, you know, it's just the idea of energy as opposed to a specific form of energy. It concerns me when you say that people at a massive conference think that there could be a flick of a switch. Who are these people? Meaning, are they industry players? Where do they fit in?
No, quite the opposite. I think the general sense I got from ADIPEC, which is what I referenced, is that there's a lot of society believes you throw a switch.
Right.
There are still a lot of politicians who believe you can throw a switch, unfortunately. But I think most politicians are coming round now to understanding the nature of the word transition. Industry, and by which I mean oil and gas industry, is all over it and understands the nature of that. Some people call that self-interest. But I find that the oil and gas industry is motivated to be part of the solution. It's treated as part of the problem, but it's very motivated to be part of the solution and will invest heavily in the transition.
Okay, so let's look at the big picture, a market, creating a market. How and when? Please, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, there are many components to creating a market. I think our Korean and Japanese colleagues have been able to develop an LNG market by having import subsidies some 10, 20 years ago. And I think that will be part of the solution together with our German colleagues. They've taken a lead with the hydrogen H2 Global Initiative for import subsidies, to which we are also contributing. So that will be one part of the puzzle, to make green hydrogen for a similar price as grey hydrogen. But there are other components, and I think where Europe has an edge is, and it is sometimes not sufficiently appreciated, that we took a one-sided bet towards the future. In 2040, not 2050, in 2040, the whole electricity sector in Europe, the whole industry needs to be decarbonized, and there's a strong price incentive behind it. It's the ETS system, and the price of a credit to put carbon in the atmosphere by 2040 will be almost infinite. That means that by 2040, in any case, green hydrogen will be much, much cheaper than grey hydrogen, and hopefully already by 2030 that will be the case. So by pricing, we create a market. By creating stability about how we deal with carbon, we create a stable future. And finally, there's also norms that we need. We ask our industries by 2030 to have half of their hydrogen in green form, which means that by 2030 there will be a need for green hydrogen in Europe, which we can already predict, of 10 megatons of hydrogen, simply by legislation, 10 megatons. And of course we hope that Oman, as we cannot produce that ourselves in northwestern Europe, will be one of the key providers of this to Europe in the near future.
And in fact, can you please give us your vision? We've heard a lot about what you're doing, the capabilities, this unfair advantage, as I call it, of space, for example. But what do you see the role of Oman in the market, in the future, in everything else?
Yeah, so the way we see it is there are two parts to this supply and demand dilemma. Of course, on the demand side, there are all sorts of incentives being created by Europe, Japan, and the other demand centers. We also have a role to play in making sure that we do two critical things to satisfy that demand. Number one, supply. So we have an obligation to use all the available resources so that we satisfy that demand through supply. But that's not enough. We need to make sure that it is also affordable. Relying on the incentives on the supply side is not going to cut it. Because I don't think the taxpayers in Europe or in Japan are going to continue subsidizing an expensive hydrogen produced in a country like Oman or the Gulf states or the Arabian Peninsula. I think we have an obligation to make sure that we also do our due diligence, scratch the barrel and make sure we remove waste from whatever production of hydrogen that we do, whether it's on the renewable energy, on the hydrogen production, or whatever form of derivative that will ultimately be exported at, which means we have to bring the industry as close as possible to our generation centers. That is bringing the solar panel producers, the wind turbine producers, the electrolyzers, the manufacturers, and what have you, as close as possible, wherever it's doable, to bring the cost down. It means we have to go out with the financing bodies together with our partners and convince them that this is a good place to invest to bring the cost of capital as low as possible. So we have an obligation to do also from our side to make sure that we don't just rely on the fact that there are cost for different subsidies available in Germany or Japan or Europe in general, but also to do our part in bringing that cost down, because I think that's one of the biggest challenges facing the penetration of hydrogen into the world market is it affordable and is it competing with the energy of today?
But that's sort of, I'm looking at this as a sort of, how do we deal with supply and demand? So the actual getting it, using it. But what about the other stuff, the policy, the certification, the framework, all that other stuff, the invisible stuff? Do you want to be part of that and establish yourselves as a go-to for that as well?
Absolutely. I mean, it was mentioned earlier that we are contributing, of course, to the discussion that is happening in Brussels. We can't go and talk ourselves, but we're using our partners from Germany, from Belgium, and of course the Netherlands in passing that message. And I think we have been, that's the reason why we signed some of the MOUs with German and of course Belgium and the Netherlands lately, is to try and create that conduit from a supplier to get that viewpoint heard by the policymakers that while everybody is talking green, and we are doing the same, it's not green today. Let's try and make it more pragmatic and set a date by which it is going to be green, and this is what it means by 2040 or by 2050. But if you insist on having a green production of hydrogen in 2030, then the available supply is going to be extremely limited, which means the cost is going to be extremely high, the penetration is going to be short, and so on. So we are actually shooting ourselves in the foot. So we're trying to pass that message, and I think it was heard, and we're extremely pleased to see that at least the countries that we signed MOUs with share the same view in terms of, but having said that, we keep talking about policies and regulations and policies and regulations. Frankly, if you ask me today, where is your policy and regulation for the oil and gas development you've been doing for the last 50 years, I will be struggling to pull a document and give it to you. So while we're putting so much emphasis on policies, regulations, where are your policies, I would say, let's move and put everything we need in the contract that we sign.
But you see, from other people's perspective, it's the idea of, okay, if I'm going to invest, I'm simplifying here, if I'm going to invest a lot of money, essentially, maybe developing something, hiring people, whatever that thing is, and I don't comply with something that's come up, I didn't know about it, it's come into effect. So people are reluctant, of course, without that clarity of what it is that they're going to be getting, how they can fit in and plug into the system. So I suppose what you're saying is, you are happy to call it policy if people want it to be called policy. You're saying, I am creating a document to enable this to happen. If you have a request, come and talk to me. Is that right?
Absolutely. And if you have something that is still bothering you, let's make sure you spell it out in the agreement that we will sign. Because we will sign an agreement with the developers. It is not just, what do you call it, come and set up and invest. There is an agreement that actually spells out what are your obligations, what are your rights, what do we expect from you, what are you expecting from us. And if that is not clear, let's spell it out. And ultimately, it's going to be reviewed by your legal team and our legal team. We can pull it all together and call it a policy statement. But really, a policy statement is nothing but a piece of paper, one piece of paper, one page that says, this is our policy statement.
This is the way forward, let's call it that.
That doesn't cut it. What really matters are the details that get spelled out in the agreement. If something is not right, let's get it correct in the agreement, because that's the piece of document, God forbid, if we ever go to arbitration for something, they're not going to look at the policy statement. They're going to look at what did you sign with the host country. And that's, I think, what we should be investing our effort in.
But right now,
we will get the policies in place. That's something we're working on. Our energy transition policy is being worked on, hopefully by quarter when we'll get it out. Would it change the needle in terms of, now I know what the policy is, let me go and invest? My answer is no. I don't think it will make any difference. It will make the discussion about policy less, because now there is a document I can produce. But that policy, without a proper agreement that is protecting the rights and obligations of both sides, I don't think I will put too much weight on it.
I'm going to look at the audience in just a minute, but first I want to proposed the issue of green, you said it's not really green. And in fact, that's my next question. You know, how green is green? We use these words. Words are so important. They embed in our psyche. But let's be really honest, it's not really green. So who would like to, perhaps Steve?
Was there a question in there?
So how green is green? When we keep on talking about green hydrogen, is it actually green?
Do you want me to help you there, Steve?
Or maybe
Okay, I can maybe help. In the ideal world, the green would mean that we have additional renewable energy for all the capacities needed for the electrolyzers. In an ideal world, we would have all the water desalinated based as renewable energy. In an ideal world, we will have the highest standards on nature protection in the area, so there is no conflicts on any sides. But we know that, I mean, we have a big challenge, which is climate change, and I think this is why we are all sitting here together. And I mentioned yesterday the numbers. The one flood we had in Germany 1 year ago cost us more than 40 billion euros. And when we are thinking about funds spent, I'm very happy that we will spend around 5.5 billion euros now on H2 Global instrument. So this is 10%. And we very much believe that this is much better to spend the money on incentives and actually on damage control. And that is why we also see that maybe the first pilot project, or not pilot project, the first reference projects might have to enter at levels when we are not having the green star, but the ultimate goal, and that's what confirms us on this vision, is actually what His Excellency Al-Aufi just said, is that ultimately we want to have the highest climate standards in the project, the highest sustainability standards. The question is, how do we bridge the way? Whether we can have the first projects also in a phase-in period to make them a bit cheaper, because what we need is scaling up as soon as possible now. I mean, we have the experience in Germany with bringing down the solar prices. I mentioned the figure yesterday, so sorry for repeating myself, but when I started in the ministry, we had 45 euro cents per kilowatt hour. Now in Germany, we're down with 5. And if I just share the lessons learned, it was definitely also scaling up. The other thing which was very important, and maybe also for Oman, a very good opportunity, is some of the renewables projects in Germany are much cheaper than, for example, in Africa. I think that's also very interesting to see. Why is it the case? It's also because we invested a lot in education and vocational training, which actually makes the projects really cheap, because we have zero losses, we have highly automated systems in, and it is not the labor cost which brought down the cost, but it's the optimization of the systems. So if we can maybe use these learning curves in scaling up also hydrogen, I'm pretty optimistic that we will sit next time here in a different state. And I would just like to reflect on Steve's ADIPEC experience. For me, this is really a turning point. I used to be a little bit in these silo debates. There was the debates of the oil and gas industry, and there was a debate on the COPs and the climate side. And I think this is really the opportunity now to actually have a joint debate, a realistic debate, what is possible when. I think some parts of the traditional energy sector maybe needs to speed up its transformation, but it's impressive to see that Oman has a zero carbon strategy, and also some of the neighboring countries now.
Did you want to add anything?
Well, I was going to say, thank you, Alan. In addition, a colleague earlier spoke about green, and he used the term clean. And maybe he was slightly contentious because he showed all different colors of hydrogen, which I know will create a debate in the room. But honestly speaking, there are a number of customers out there who are color agnostic. And I don't want to enter into the certification debate again, but there are color agnostic customers. And I do think that there is a place for the traditional oil and gas players and industrial players to facilitate other forms of hydrogen as well as green. If you read IEA and all kinds of public documents, you will see that the demand base could potentially demand or require all forms of hydrogen. By 2050, the latest report I saw, including Oman's own net zero 2050 document, requires 40 to 50% blue, for example, as well as 50% green. So this is a hot debate, I know, and I think Ellen wants back in, and she's going to contradict me, but I've seen these reports that talk about these things. So there is a place for that to be clean, provided you're doing the job properly to abate the CO2 related to other forms of production today. It's not so widespread, but it is available, and it's technology that's available, and we have the capability and the capacity to implement that. The markets, I think, coming back to the risk question, will have to start driving that. With His Excellency, it may not be policy and legislation that creates it in this part of the world. It is in Europe. But what about the markets? If you listen to a lot of the customers and potential suppliers, there are no customers out there at the moment, or very few, prepared to enter very long-term agreements at the kind of price that's needed to get green hydrogen off the ground. Very, very few. Not to say they won't be there. So I think if I was to add a little bit of contention further to the debate, that's where we need to be looking as well. And we are rerunning, the governor of JBIC said this morning, and I agree with him, to an extent, we're rerunning what we learned in the LNG markets and the LNG business when we started. That's what I see happening right now in hydrogen.
Thank you. And let me just turn to the floor to see if anybody has a question. Could you raise your hand, please? Yes. Where are the microphones? If the microphones could just be somewhere around here, that'd be great.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon. Is it good afternoon already? Yes. My name is Adil Ahmed. I'm from the State Council. Actually, today the discussion and this conversation, it was very intellectual and institutional, and I really did enjoy it. And the question is, we are talking about, the piston engine vehicles, okay? And this is, since how many decades now? Using fuel to burn and to provide the mechanical energy. Recently, maybe before 20 years ago, yes, exactly, 20 years ago, globally, some people started, with the EVs, electrical vehicles. And nowadays, the focus is more on, on EVs. So that is why most of the manufacturers are trying to endeavor and to develop and to design and to simplify, the procedure of designing the engine, which provide that much of energy to, to cover that much of distance.
Okay.
Talking about, minimizing the weight and increasing, the production line of it, The question is, how much we are capable to replace the EVs these days instead of hydrogen. This is my first question. As you just mentioned, earlier on, you said talking about, policies and framework, articles or rules, or regulation. Don't we think it is the human rights, like you well said already, to give the opportunity for the people to utilize the hydrogen, then based upon their feedback, we can actually manufacture those cars using the hydrogen energy. Thank you very much.
So what you're saying is that, is it not time to bring practical applications about? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
To people within the nation?
Because according to our experience, you cannot actually generate any kind of rules and regulation and framework without having a feedback initially from the people utilizing that kind of thing.
One thing I will ask Your Excellency about is, you mentioned this morning the fact that you need to get buy-in from your fellow country people. And that's sort of what's being touched upon here, but also the practical side of industry, using it and so on. How does that happen in your view? When do you start going out and saying, this is what this will do for you in a practical way, as opposed to it being said to them? Is there something? Can you envisage a world where you can get them involved in a practical way?
Just trying to think of how to frame the question and probably give a better answer, because I didn't really hear it very well. But in order to create that momentum, not only within the ministry, we live this thing every day, so we sort of have an idea where we're going, but you need everyone else with you. And the only way we can get them with us is by showing them the consequences of not embarking on this journey. And the consequences are, we will be less competitive globally. We will not be able to compete. We will not be able to attract investment. we will not be able to create the jobs that everybody is demanding, and therefore the local consequences by not embarking on this journey and getting it right and aligning with the international directives is going to be extremely serious for us, because the world is not waiting for us. We're going to be left behind. And I don't think we have enough time to say, let me watch and see what's going to happen, because particularly with this transition, it's all about positioning yourself in the world market as fast as you can. And that's what we're trying to do.
And can I go to you, Michelle? You have something to say about it.
Yes, thank you very much also for this question, because indeed it is key to find good applications for hydrogen and develop them. So often this will depend on global developments. If cars on hydrogen become cheaper than cars on electric batteries, that will give an enormous momentum. But it's not a single country or a single industrial base that can lead to such great changes. But what we did is, at first we thought when we developed our national hydrogen strategy, we should prefer certain sectors and say hydrogen is for the industry. And then we got a lot of feedback. Oh no, you're forgetting people. We have households that want to use hydrogen. In the 60s, when we used coal actually to produce gas, half of the gas was already hydrogen. So the houses in Europe were actually already burning on hydrogen in the past. The cars, we talked and said, yeah, also the presentation of Shell this afternoon said we're doing it for mobility. And then we found out that there were even sectors that we did not consider. And we said mobility, and they said, well, we actually use gray hydrogen to produce the fuels. And they said, well, the first application in the Netherlands actually is producing fuels where the gray hydrogen is replaced by green hydrogen, and that we can already do next year. And it's the best application for mobility. So what I want to say is, yes, you can see a few sectors where you can provide subsidies and have the dialogue, but don't exclude any possibility. Hydrogen will be the key fuel for all sectors in the future, and just you need to discuss with the 4 or 5 sectors where the main climate transition is happening to find the right applications, and you will find surprising answers and probably a larger demand than you'd expected at first. Thank you.
Other questions from the floor? Yes, please. Can we have... Thank you.
Thanks. Overall, Oman has all what it takes to succeed in hydrogen agenda, no doubt. I mean, we have the sun, the winds, the vast area. And also we have a lot of international friends which is committed to invest in Oman. Overall, official commitment is there. But it's all about investment decision, final investment decision. So definitely we need to de-risk the investment decision. So from investor perspective, what they are looking for while His Excellency is here, it can be tick, so final decision, investment being taken. And really, according to what being said, only 3% committed globally for the investment. So what is from investor perspective he's looking for, and what His Excellency can really say to encourage investment and to show the real official commitment?
So you're asking, what are you looking for from investors?
I thought the question was for the investors, not for me.
Exactly.
As in, what would it take for you to take an FID? And I'm not an investor, at least not in this capacity. But if I have to answer on their behalf, I would say...
No, what would you want from them? You're saying you're open and ready for business, right? So you're just saying to them, come, talk to me, let's thrash a document out, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And that's really, I think we've heard that over and over again. So are there any investors in the room? Yes. person in the back over there, could you stand, please, just so they can get the microphone to you? You are an investor, correct? What would you be looking for to invest? The microphone's just making its way to you.
As an investor, we'll be looking for a good rate of return across the entire value chain.
And as things stand, do you believe that that is what you would get?
Yes,
Are you going to invest?
absolutely.
So do you have a meeting set up already?
Already done.
Fantastic. Any other investors in the room? Right, do we have any other questions from the floor? Yes, please. The gentleman just behind the previous person. Could you keep your hand up? Because, yes, there we go. I'm curious, do you believe that you got a good deal, though, with the existing pricing structures? You're gung-ho? No. Too early? Okay, fine.
My name is Hamid Al-Fouri from Oman Power and Water Procurement Company. And my question is related to the projects that we are going to have later on. And since we have already established, for example, the first 500 solar power plant in Oman and the Dhufar wind. And my question is how we are going to take the opportunities to locally commercialize some of the production lines related to, for example, producing solar panels or wind turbines in order to bring those costs down. And are there any opportunities already under this discussion? Thank you very much.
And in fact, it feeds into what Paul was saying earlier about looking across and making it really local. Yes, Ellen, should we do Ellen first?
Yeah, we had this debate about localization and local value creation already yesterday evening, but I would like to repeat a little bit our lessons learned on this side. In Germany, we have more than 350,000 jobs created only in renewables. We estimate around 5 million in the whole sustainability field in the next years. And I think key was really, coming back to policy, was a clear target, which Oman has, I think, was also clear measures, how to implement. We are even monitoring whether our measures are sufficient enough. And I think then it was a good instrument actually to catalyze. In the German field, it was a feed-in legislation. I think it can be also a very clear and transparent line of auctioning system. So there are several mechanisms how it works. I mean, the production of PV panels, we had also our learning curves. I think our learning curves that changes policies are not good for the sector, and also rapid price adaptations were not good. So I think that's also important to have that in a smooth way. I mean, we have the problem that a lot of PV panel production is now moving to Asia, or was moved to Asia, but actually is coming back in Europe. And that's also very good to see that once you create a good market, once you have good framework conditions, I'm pretty sure that Oman can create a lot of local value creation. And the good thing is that these projects are not all around Muscat. I think it offers an opportunity also for remote areas in innovation, in high qualified jobs. And I think part of our collaboration is also that we are looking in knowledge and education. And I think that's also a very important point, that you have qualified young Omanis who are managing hydrogen projects, and then the local value creation will come.
Yeah, if I probably try to answer it a little bit different. In the current bidding process or the auction process that we have launched, it is not all about how much are you going to pay me to give you the land. In fact, we said, this is not a land lease business. Yeah, even if I give you the land at absolutely no cost. And the reason why we put a little bit of price on the land is to make sure that you don't sit on the land forever. The criteria we use for evaluating investment is what is the in-country value that you're bringing locally, i.e. what industries are you going to be using that are already established? What new industries are you going to help us bring and connect us to the different suppliers, whether it's solar panels, if it doesn't exist, wind turbines, electrolyzers, and so on. How many jobs are you going to be creating, sustainable, meaningful jobs, is your business going to create for local Omanis who are looking for jobs, meaningful jobs? So we use that one as a criteria. How much of the hydrogen produced is going to be utilized in establishing new industries or decarbonize existing industries locally? So a lot of the bidding process criteria is really centered about growing the local economy as opposed to give me a dollar value and you can take the hydrogen wherever you want. Of course, we're interested in knowing where the hydrogen is going because having an off-taker is extremely important. Without an off-taker, financing is going to be a challenge. The project may stumble into going into an NFID process and so on. So we're making sure that you know where the hydrogen is going. You have an off-taker. Whether it's an MOU or an agreement, it doesn't really matter, but you have an idea where it's going. If it is, I will take it and start shopping around for who wants to buy it, that will be scored a little bit down in our evaluation. So that's how we're trying to grow the local economy, create jobs, bring new industries in, or grow the existing ones in our evaluation process.
Okay. So, yes, you wanted to add to that, Steve?
Well, I would just briefly, if I may add, I think in answer to the question, there are analogues around the world where countries have successfully repurposed and leveraged their oil and gas supply chains, particularly in more mature basins. There are multiple examples where you can take that capability and skill and transfer it and repurpose it into renewables. And you just have to be selective which parts of the supply chain and the logistics you can do. But it has happened and it is happening already. And on the point of in-country value, as an oil and gas industry in Oman, we're already very mature in this concept. Oman is very mature in ICV or local content. BDO alone spends $6 billion a year and 40% of it is retained here within Oman and it's growing year on year. So we are already mature in this space. And it wouldn't be a massive leap of faith. And others have done it already.
Okay.
I may just very quickly add one extra point. The reason why we are sharing all these aggressive numbers and being extremely bold with it is to send a message to the supply chain industry that Oman is a captive market. We're talking about millions of solar panels that will be required from now until 2030. And if I calculate the numbers, I was trying to get it as close as possible this morning. We're talking about 25 to 30 million solar panels that needs to be installed if we are to supply 1 million ton of hydrogen by 2030. And that is only using 25% ratio between solar and wind in the lands that we're talking about, and over 5,000 to 6,000 wind turbines that will be required. Multiply that by 3, that tells you how many blades we will need. Multiply that by the electrolyzers that are available today in terms of capacity to tell you how much electrolyzers will be required only for the 1 million that we're talking about, and only for the projects that we're talking about now. This is not talking about round 2, which will come in April, round 3, which will come in December or January 24, and so on. By the time we get to 2030, these numbers are going to be pretty much in the wash. And if any supply chain or manufacturing industry thinks that this is not a captive market I want to be very close to, I think you're going to be missing the boat. And those who are close to us will get our attention, because we're not interested in relying heavily on importing, not because we don't like importing, because we think it's going to be very expensive for our customers to buy the final product if we only rely on import.
And of course, there are many other benefits to this as well. So it's, transfer of knowledge and know-how and so many other things. Any other questions from the floor? Yes, the lady just, if you could stand. Oh, you saw her, super duper.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Amra Al-Farsi from Sohar University. I have simple question. Question is direct to Dr. Salim Al-Aufi. I don't know if the question is appropriate now or not, but many college students are presented today. So we learn a lot of information about green hydrogen. Can you tell me how the student is graduated prepared to part of successful of green hydrogen? Thank you.
Being here with us today is already a good step. So at least you know what hydrogen means.
Are you giving her a job?
What are the industries?
Yes, that's simple question.
Are you going to give her a job? Are you going to give her a job? That's what she wants to know.
No, I'm not going to interview her for a job. Not today for sure. But really, the message that I gave all the students that talk to me is don't lock yourself to a single job or a discipline. I'm an IT by background. Come petroleum engineer. Come, economist. Come undersecretary, come minister. It didn't stop me being an IT to move around. So be flexible and extremely important, read. Read about anything and everything, even if it doesn't mean relate to your business. I read books from fantasy, soap operas, to how to work with difficult people.
I think the big thing, though, is that there's no course that's called green hydrogen, right? So you need to know lots of things about lots of other things, because you're talking about new industries being set up and created in your country. So, yeah, over to you, Alan.
Yeah, I just want to pass a sense of seriousness here in, because actually the qualified people is one of the key bottlenecks for ramping up. So actually it is as important as the financing is actually having the right people who are able to do it. And I think I would especially also encourage young women to go this way, because energy sector is a very a sector where not many women are. I think in the classical sector it's 20%. In energy transition, we have now 35%, but I think it's a great opportunity if you are qualified women, if you are flexible, take also practical experience, not only academical one. I think it's very important also to go to the private sector to, as you said, try different things out, but I think it's also important to try different career paths out.
So what skills do you really need right now that you're looking for?
I mean, we can ask the companies which are sitting here in the room, but I think all the natural science is important. But as His Excellency Al-Aufi, I think you have a starting point, and then you work in your job into your qualification. So it doesn't matter whether you have an engineering background. You can also take certain engineering capacities if you are in management position or in others. But you need to have this flexibility as said, and you also need the practical experience. And what I would really like to see is as much also Omanis working in German companies, either in Oman, in the region, but also coming to Germany to get this experience, come back with this experience, back to your country. I think this is the best way I would like to see.
And of course there was, in the petroleum industry, the great retirement, wasn't there, that just wiped out, I mean, a lot of experience. It was a problem.
The oil and gas industry in Oman is quite youthful, if I can use that term, if it's not ageist. And benefits from it. So to pick up on Ellen's point, we talk in industry about not only repurposing our assets and supply chain, but repurposing ourselves. So the common skills and transferable skills around engineering, project management, project delivery, economics, they're all relevant. Petroleum engineers, he was a petroleum engineer. He's useful for carbon capture, utilization and storage. Engineers of all forms are useful in power, infrastructure, distribution, facility development. It's all relevant. It's all relevant across the hydrogen value chain as it is in oil and gas. And we are repurposing ourselves constantly to play in the new energies as well. PDO is running at 90% plus Omanization, 20-something% female. And to the young lady who asked the question, we're also recruiting if you're interested.
Thank you very much. We're going to wrap up now. Before you leave, though, can I ask each of you in turn, what is it that is your big takeaway from today? Maybe something that you learned, an aha moment, oh, I didn't realize that, or that makes sense, or something. But also, what is your big message? With you first, Steve.
I think one of the biggest takeaways I've taken from today, I was aware of beforehand, but it's the nature of converting threat into opportunity. And quite a number of the presenters today have demonstrated practical ways in which they've turned that threat that we talk about into real investment and opportunity, and that's been reinforced for me today. I also take away, to your second question, something that we're dedicated to in PDO, which is our role in the Omani economy, in helping drive economy by sustaining the current energy system, but also transitioning to the new one and being a part of that.
What's your message, though? What is your message? Is your message that, what's your big message to everyone? That.
Grab the opportunity.
Grab the opportunity. Over to you, Alan.
So what I take away is the size of the Netherlands, of your project. I think that was quite an impressive picture even for myself. I think I take away really the excellent governance structure you have created here, which really makes it clear for us, for the companies. I think that's really good, the way you organized over the last year, actually the ramp up. I take also away a little bit the geopolitical situation of Oman between the East and Europe. I take away the excellent collaboration also with our European partners. We don't see each other as competitors. We are really one team, also one team Europe, I would say. I think that's also over the last days very clear for me. And I would just like to take away, to come back here with my Minister and Vice Chancellor. I would like to invite you to come to Europe as much as possible. Let's continue this dialogue. This was really an excellent conference here with so many good people. Let's continue that.
I think my takeaways will be from the last presentation group, definitely from Julie, from Ahmed, and from Paul. And the really takeaway message there is be bold and move. Don't wait. The fact that Shell have installed many hydrogen chargers or hydrogen stations, and there are no trucks or no vehicles using it today, is quite an undertaking. The fact that Fortescue is already committing to go zero emission, not net zero, zero by 2030 on their, is it electrical or trucks? Where's Julie? I don't know where she's gone, but that is extremely bold. And the fact that Air Products is already investing in this and really producing and transporting hydrogen and committing themselves to move even faster, I think it's what we need as an industry. Be bold, trust that this is the direction. We are here to support, and if we slow you down, come and knock on my office. We will break all the barriers for you. But let's not slow down because we don't know what the government wants, or we're here to explain it. And if it is not clear, ask us again, and we will clarify it again. And ask us the third time, because we could be speaking a completely different language or foreign language to you. So be bold.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm completely impressed by the huge ecosystem that has been built in Oman already. Look at this, look around you, how many people are involved in this movement towards a greener economy that is really inspiring. I was also impressed by the presentation on the huge areas of land that were being auctioned off in a very professional process, where it's really international best practices also to have the local content to do it for the very long future and to build this sustainable economy here. And we like to continue to be an active partner in this fantastic network and in this ecosystem. And I look forward to the third edition of the Hydrogen Forum, and this is a wonderful opportunity. And I think the words of His Excellency Salim of being bold are really what we need here. Boldness by us all, boldness to connect with each other and to make it a great success for all of us.
Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you very much to our wonderful panelists. And just, be bold, go for it, and think of the two Omanis who won the prize 3 days ago, because they are just doing it. They are, decarbonizing in their own little way. So yes, thank you for your time. Lunch is going to be served after this session. And I have a couple of announcements, if you don't mind. There is a technical conference in Exhibition Hall 3 after lunch. You are free to visit Exhibition Hall number 1, please. And the sponsors, can the sponsors all be present tomorrow evening at the dinner? Thank you. See you later. Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. May everyone please proceed to your seats so that we can begin. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's feeling energized after that really long lunch. I'll keep my involvement during the next few sessions to a minimum in order to save time since we're running a bit late. New climate commitment and its green hydrogen strategy, and that's what the next session is going to be about, Oman as a green hydrogen hub. First of all, I'd like to welcome to the stage our keynote speaker, Nico van Doren, who is the head of business development at Port of Rotterdam. Can we give him a warm welcome to the stage?
Thank you. Developments of two green hydrogen hubs. That's a Dutch joke. So what I would like to start with is share some insights with you on the Port of Rotterdam and the developments around energy transition and feedstock transition in the Port of Rotterdam. And then I will get to hydrogen playing a large and important role in that energy and feedstock transition. And that's where I will build the link to the green hydrogen hub ambitions of Oman. So some figures about the Port of Rotterdam, and I really won't go into detail, but I think building on the presentations of this morning, where we learned from also the German representatives that it's important to work together on hydrogen. And this is where you can see in the bottom here that almost 1/3 of German energy consumption passes through the Port of Rotterdam. So if I talk about energy transition, I talk about energy transition for the Netherlands, maybe a bit of Flanders, and also for Germany. So this is not just about the Dutch energy transition. Some other numbers also this morning, the 65,000 jobs in and around. That we need to be a sustainable port, but we also want to keep this employment in place in the Port of Rotterdam and the surrounding areas. So it's quite a challenge that we have, because with this port we emit almost 1/5 of all carbon dioxide emissions in the Netherlands. So we really need to start working on getting this transition into play. How do we do that? We build a comprehensive program for energy and feedstock transition consisting of 4 main activities. In the first pillar, the first activity, is all around efficiency and building infrastructure. So that's where we build new infrastructure for carbon capture and storage, new infrastructure for power, new infrastructure for hydrogen, for instance. It's all about infrastructure development. That lays the foundation for the second pillar. The second pillar is where we try to move away from coal, oil as a feedstock, as a basis for the energy system. So moving away from gas, coal, and oil for energy. This is where hydrogen as an energy carrier comes into to play. The third domain of activities is where we try to move away from oil and gas as feedstock for chemicals. So that's where we focus on bio-based industry, maybe carbon as a source, carbon capture and usage comes into play, and waste as a feedstock. And once again, hydrogen is really important here because you want to have your carbon and your hydrogen, and if you have those two together, you can make your fuels, you can make your plastics again, but then from a sustainable source. And then the fourth pillar of activities, where the first 3 are really focused on industry in the port, the fourth one is around transport. So with the first 3, you can build and make your products in a clean way, and in the fourth one, we want to transport it clean. So we need clean fuels. We need electric propelled inland barges, but we also need methanol or ammonia for deep sea shipping. So that's in our fourth activity. Now, what you already understood is that hydrogen plays a cross-cutting element in all these 4 activities. So what we did is build a hydrogen program, and this hydrogen program is really focused on developing the complete value chain around hydrogen. So we do have projects on infrastructure. On the graph you see the white line, that's a hydrogen backbone that will run through the port of Rotterdam within a couple of years. The pipes have already been ordered, they have already been delivered to the Netherlands, and this will be realized within the next couple of years. You also see some blue elements, so we're focusing also on the development of blue hydrogen. And you see a lot of wind turbines on sea, so we're focusing on local production of green hydrogen. But what we've learned is that we could only make, of what we need in the end, roughly 10% locally. So 90% of what we need in Rotterdam, in Germany, in other parts in Northwest Europe, will be imported. And this is what it looks like. So in the end, in 2050, we might need in this whole area up to 20 million tons of hydrogen. And this hydrogen consists then of gray. You can see it in the beginning. There's a small part of gray that's roughly 500,000 tons, which is used today in the port of Rotterdam. You can see blue come into play, so with carbon capture and storage. And you can see the light green, which is locally produced. And then you have this large chunk of yellow, and that's what we call imported hydrogen from areas like Oman, we hope. Now you also can see that the ramp up has a change in 2030. And this was before the war in Ukraine. So then Europe launched its Repower EU package. And what you see is that the ramp up is even faster now because we need to move away from Russian gas to get our independence on energy back. So the challenge that we have even got bigger. So we're now focusing at 4.6 million tons of hydrogen in the port of Rotterdam by 2030. 4 million tons of import and 0.6 million tons of local production. Now this hydrogen, it can come in various forms and ways, as various derivatives. Now what you see on the right side of the graph is 56 million tons of crude oil. And just for comparison, today the Port of Rotterdam handles 100 million tons of crude oil. What we foresee is that in the years between now and 2050, we won't need 100 million tons of crude oil anymore because efficiency and because of the use of electric-powered vehicles and so on. So we want to change 56 million tons of crude oil with the same energy content by hydrogen. If it were to be liquid hydrogen, you would need 20 million tons of liquid hydrogen. But we all know that it won't be only liquid hydrogen. It's not there yet in these kinds of amounts. So what we see is a lot of projects in ammonia. But if you transfer the energy content of liquid hydrogen into ammonia, you can see that it's almost 6 times more in weight. And this is really a lot, 130 million tons of ammonia. We do think that also the other carriers will come into play, so also methanol and liquid organic hydrogen carriers, a molecule on which you can add hydrogen and take it off, and the molecule travels back and forth. So we think we will need all carriers in the Port of Rotterdam. And what this means is that we also need to build infrastructure for all these carriers. There are some projects now in development in the Port of Rotterdam for ammonia, for methanol, and also for liquid organic hydrogen carriers. So we all see them in development. And also for liquid. There's also a project connecting the Sines area in Portugal to the Port of Rotterdam, and in that project there's a strong focus on liquid hydrogen. This is difficult because we know that there won't be one winner. There will be 4, maybe even more, different carriers of hydrogen. And as port, not just we, but also the other ports on the other side need to be ready for all these different kinds of carriers. This morning it was about bold and make it happen and start working and realize projects. We can see here that there are some projects that really took the final investment decision. Earlier this morning we heard Paul Bogers from Shell indicated the Holland Hydrogen 1 project that will be operational by 2024. And you can see all the numbers until 2030, what kind of project development we will see in the Port of Rotterdam. Now I indicated that this was the part about the Port of Rotterdam being in development to become a hydrogen hub. But where does all this hydrogen come from? What we think is that there will be developing certain global supply chains around hydrogen. And where does this hydrogen come from? From those areas where there's ample space for development of solar and wind. And these areas are here, where we are today. They are in the southern part of America, South America, Chile, for instance, Argentina. They will be in Australia and other kinds of areas. And now if you remember the volumes that we heard this morning, there was talk about 1 million tons of hydrogen of production capacity in Oman by 2030. And I just indicated that we are looking at 4.6 million tons of hydrogen, of which 4 million tons will be import. So I think this already indicates that there could be a really strong connection between the northwestern part of Europe and the country of Oman on developing these kinds of supply chains. This was already mentioned also, that there is an MOU between the Dutch government and the Omani government. There is a strong business relation. Later my colleague from the Port of Sohar will do his presentation. And there you already see the connections that we have. So we think we can build on that in developing these kinds of supply chains. Supply chains not just for taking all the hydrogen from a production area, also making sure that there are mutual benefits also in developing industry on this side of the supply chain and developing industry in the Port of Rotterdam. But it won't be easy. It's not that easy to develop a project here or in Chile or in another country. We heard the amounts this morning. There are billion-dollar projects. So how do you make a project if you don't know who your customer will be? It's about connecting supply and demand. And you really need to know your customer and what is he willing to pay and when he needs it and how he needs it and where he needs it. So what we think is that we as ports can play a matchmaking role there. We know our customers in our area, and you know your customers and your project developments here. So there's a role to play in this matchmaking, and not just by connecting those people and those projects, but also having a look in how to finance these projects. Because what we see now is that we see a technology risks in the development, we see a regulation risk, we see commercial risks. So there are all kinds of risks in all these steps of the value chain around hydrogen developments. And if you add the risk to every single step of the value chain, you end up with a business case that doesn't run. And then your risks are too high to even get to a final investment decision. So that's also an initiative that we took together with a little over 20 parties to get together all the financial institutions around the value chains of hydrogen. This is what we call H Together, and that's really focused on developing also the financial part of the value chain around hydrogen. So we're looking at technology, we're looking at matchmaking, supply and demand, and we're looking at how to finance these kinds of value chains. And that's for us as a port who is used to dealing just with ships. So we took some steps, we made some bold moves, and I think that we can share with you what you've seen, that we have a lot of investments going on in the Netherlands, also in pipeline connections to Germany. There's a lot going on. So we are ready, and we will be ready to receive the hydrogen, and we are ready to work together with the country of Oman, with the different projects in Oman, to really get this supply chain going. And that's what I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nico van Doren. Do we have any questions from the audience? Can we know who has the mic? It would be appreciated if the mic is brought forward. Apologies, one is being brought.
Yeah.
The mic is not working.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum. This is Ahmed Al-Bali from Marata. Thank you very much for this presentation. Just a question regarding the pipeline that we had for the hydrogen pipeline. Well, I noticed that there were different storages of hydrogen, so from green hydrogen and blue hydrogen. How will we separate the different hydrogen colors within the pipeline itself?
The hydrogen, now I think everybody understood the question. The question is about different colors of hydrogen in the main infrastructure. The pipeline that we are developing will be a high quality pipeline. So that will be the highest quality green hydrogen, so to say, that will run through the pipeline. But we will have different infrastructures in the port. So we are also looking at a lower quality infrastructure for hydrogen. And that could be, for instance, blue hydrogen coming from the project which was also on the map called H-Vision. So there will be different infrastructures. But the quality will be the key criterion for the infrastructure.
So just to clarify, it's the pipeline will just take a certain quality of hydrogen, but it won't differentiate the source of hydrogen, of whether it came from a green source or a blue source.
Probably there will be an infrastructure which has a 98% and higher quality, and there will be a 99.9999 infrastructure.
Then in terms for the end users, where it's important for them to get hydrogen from a specific colored source, how would we deliver that specific color of hydrogen?
Yeah, I didn't touch that in the presentation. We're working on, and that's already in play, a guarantee of origin of hydrogen, and by that you can see what kind of hydrogen you have, and you can also trade your certifications that you have. That's called high exchange. That's another development that we have to meet these kinds of issues that you just addressed. You're welcome.
Any further questions? There's a man in the back who would like to ask a question.
Good afternoon. Do you have any plans of refracking green ammonia to hydrogen? Because ammonia is going to be the key carrier of hydrogen across the world.
Yeah, thank you for the question. What we see now is that roughly 70, maybe up to 80% of the projects that are in development are focusing on ammonia. And therefore we also look together with 18 companies in around the port to develop a centralized cracking facility for ammonia to crack it back into to hydrogen. We think ammonia will be used in the fertilizer industry as ammonia. It will be used as fuel, but you also will see a part of that ammonia that needs to be cracked back to hydrogen. So we're developing that facility.
And how do you ensure that that will be also green?
By the same certifications and guarantees of origin that we have in development now.
Oh, but would you be having green power?
The ammonia that will be imported will be based on green power. And what we would like to see is that we have certification on the ammonia entering in order to assure that it's green. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your insightful words, Nico van Doren. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to invite the panelists for this session, the Oman as a Green Hydrogen Hub panelists, Emil Hoogsteden, the CEO of Sohar Port, Isam Al-Shaybani, Vice President of Sustainability at Asyad, Ahmed Ali Salem Al-Naddabi, Acting Chief Regulatory Officer of Oman Electricity Transmission Company, and Ahmed Ali Akkak, Acting CEO of Duqm Special Economic Zone. Please join us on stage. Can we give them a warm round of applause? We'll begin by hearing from Emil Hoogsteden, the CEO of Sohar Port.
Good afternoon. I hope this works. Moussa Agher, happy to be here. Thank you, Nico. Nico and I have been colleagues at the Port of Rotterdam for many years. So happy to see him here. I'm CEO of Port and Free Zone of Sohar since 1st of July, so still relatively fresh. And slowly I'm discovering the beauty of your country. Only last weekend I was happy to be in Jabal Akhdar. What an amazing place it is. Really beautiful. I had a beautiful hike and took lovely pictures. So actually I contemplated of using this moment by just sharing my pictures from the hike at Jabal Akhdar. But eventually decided to stick to the subject. So the next minutes I would like to highlight the importance of Sohar to Oman, the importance of hydrogen to Sohar, and the crucial role that Sohar will play in decarbonizing Oman. First, a few facts. Port and Free Zone of Sohar, established in 2002. The first vessel arrived in 2004. We are a 50-50 joint venture between Asjad Group and the Port of Rotterdam. 70% of all imports and exports that come to or go from Oman go via the Port of Sohar. So a true gateway port. However, the last couple of years, Sohar is establishing itself more and more as a hub for the region by increasing connectivity. Connectivity over sea, but also over land. The road to Riyadh and inshallah, the rail to Abu Dhabi in a few years. With more than 27 billion US dollars investments in the port and free zone, over 600,000 Omani Rial per year as contribution to Omani GDP, and 26,000 jobs created, one could argue that Sohar is an enabler of and a driver of growth of the Omani economy. Here you see an overview of the port and free zone, truly integrated port and free zone under one management, connected by a bonded corridor, a bonded road, thereby leveraging the synergies between port and free zone to the fullest. We are an industrial port, so we have a refinery, a plastics factory, steel mill, urea, ammonia, methanol plants, power plants, but also a logistics hub. Containers, ro-ro, general cargo, liquid bulk, and dry bulk. A few numbers. The port is 2,000 hectares with immediate expansion plans of 300 hectares and more hectares, more expansion on the drawing board. In total, the capacity of the free zone is in total 4,500 hectares, of which the first phase, 500 hectares, already is more or less full. So we're making plans for developing phase 2. This year, we will handle well over 70 million tons of goods. The port has been growing year on year, every year, ever since the first vessel arrived in 2004. So the port is doing well. Hydrogen is essential for the port and the free zone. Hydrogen is essential for products made in Sohar as a feedstock, or otherwise as a reducing agent in chemical processes. However, as we all know, the byproduct of hydrogen, gray hydrogen nowadays, is CO2. Next to that, natural gas is a limited resource in this country. So we need other solutions. And if you then talk in terms of hydron, that is creating blocks for creating green hydrogen, Sohar would need the output of 3 blocks in order to meet today's demand of grey hydrogen. Approximately 25% of all CO2 emissions in Oman come from Sohar. So if Oman wants to be net zero in 2050, then Sohar needs to be net zero in 2050. So, as I said, Sohar will play a crucial role in becoming net zero. Our efforts of Port and Free Zone of Sohar are geared towards assisting, supporting the industries, the logistics sector, our customers in various ways. First of all, energy efficiency, making sure that best available techniques are there, making sure that the most optimal efficient processes are there, making sure that synergies between industries, between clusters, between companies can be reached. The waste of one process can be the feedstock for the other. Renewables, promoting the supply, sufficient supply of renewable energy to our customers. Promoting the switch from grey hydrogen to blue and green hydrogen. Developing through green hydrogen synthetic fuels, e-fuels, thereby decarbonizing the logistics sector and the shipping sector, and at the same time boosting our e-fuel bunkering offering to the market. CCUS, carbon capture, usage and storage, decarbonizing the industry, decarbonizing the power plants by capturing the CO2 and storing it. And last, heat, producing heat by green hydrogen for the industrial processes. This is not something of today. This is not something of tomorrow or next week. This is something that we have been working on already for quite some years. And I would like to highlight two important projects. First of all is our cooperation with Shell Development Oman. Shell has a solar park in our free zone, thereby delivering green, renewable energy to the customers in our free zone, thereby reducing CO2 emissions, thereby reducing dependency on fossil fuels, reducing operational cost, increasing business activities, business investments, and increasing and creating new jobs. The second one is the cooperation that we have with Jindal Shadid, the Indian steelmaker, who had, by the way, a very huge announcement last week about huge investments in Oman, and Hydrogen Rise, whereby in a few years green hydrogen will be produced through electrolysis, and thereby making sure that Jindal Shadid can produce green steel for export to Europe. A crucial project that will unlock many more projects. Because we don't just want to produce green energy or green the industry, we want to produce green products that can be labeled made in Oman and can be sold all over the world. So in short, Port and Free Zone of Sohar commits to the net zero in 2050. We wish to develop the green hydrogen value chain. We don't just want to develop green energy, but we want green the port, but we want to develop new businesses, new business models, attract new downstream activities, new investments. By building up the local market, we create skill. Next to that, what we like to do is make sure, because it's not just about producing green hydrogen, it's also making sure that green hydrogen can be produced. So a lot of solar parks and wind parks need to be built up, and we want to make sure that the equipment necessary for developing green hydrogen can be transported and assembled in a safe, reliable and an efficient manner. Solar panels, blades, wind turbines, etc. Next to that, we want to further develop our e-fuel bunkering offering and eventually also unlock our exporting potential. Sohar will play an important role in creating jobs, increasing in-country value, and increasing contribution to the Omani GDP. However, that requires that we have sufficient supply of green hydrogen to the port. That means capacity from the blocks and connecting infrastructure. Green hydrogen is not just a great opportunity to green the industry or for export. It's much more than that. Green hydrogen is the key to a sustainable future for creating welfare and well-being to the Omani people. And Port and Free Zone of Sohar, we feel it's our responsibility to set the foundations for the benefits for future Omani generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emil Hoogsteden, on your insight on the Sohar port. Oman has committed to reach net zero emissions of 0% by 2050. So to know that Sohar port is somewhat responsible for 25% of emissions in Oman is important to know for the Omani community. And so it's a great strategy that you're planning to do in order to achieve that by the year 2050. Can we please hear from our next speaker in this panel, Mr. Islam Al-Shaybani, the Vice President of Sustainability at Asyad.
Okay, assalamu alaikum and welcome to after heavy lunch after heavy lunch. So it was an ascended time as well. Thank you, Emil. I will skip my slide on Sohar, so I'll move fast in that. So I think if Emil have the presentation that I'm going to talk today about is a report that we generated with famous authors here in Oman, and that this is show the full potential of the Omani ports. Asyad has an integrated approach towards hydrogen, and then we have to work with our partners, either Port of Sohar, as you hear today, the Port of Duqm, you will hear in that next session, and the Port of Salalah as well. These are the key ports, and with the adjacent free zones and the sites. How do you move? Yeah. So the key themes of the reports that we generated, or the Outlook reported, have four main themes. We talked the emerging role of hydrogen in Oman, but I will not discuss it in this presentation because we know how important hydrogen for net zero plan and decarbonization. So it's many literature, many talks. It's available in the report, but for the sake of time of this presentation, I will skip that part. I will do then number 2 and 3 and 4. Number 2 will focus on the area of Asyad as a hydrogen value. And then we'll talk about how could Omani ports support the hydrogen value chain, and we can see it. And then we move into the shipping business because Asyad is also part of shipping, and we learn about the fight between ammonia and methanol as e-fuels in the future. So the first focus, I think we move one of that, the focus on areas that Asyad areas that can involve the value chain of hydrogen. And I think we want to give a snapshot on the Asyad ports. So understanding the value of Asyad, where exactly they're located in Oman map. So we have Sohar, Sur. Sur actually is one of the areas that we have discussed, or we actually touch base on the report. But again, it could be one of the potential, particularly the effort that Oman LNG is doing, but we're going to see in the future how we can work together with that areas. But again, you see that Salalah and Duqm are the key areas. I'll skip through the numbers because this is only introductory numbers. And then I move to Port of Salalah. So for those who understand, Port of Salalah is one of the important ports in West. It was established in a very long time, 1989, correct me if I'm wrong. But it's a partnership with Oman, with Asyad and APMT terminals in Maersk. This is one of the fast-moving ports in Oman, and it's have climbed the ranks throughout the competition, and now is classified as second largest transshipment port in the hub in the MENA region. And that makes it very important for us and very strategically located for the business. As I said, I'm going to skip on Sohar, but again, this is to give you a snapshot. Sohar is a partnership between Asyad and the Port of Rotterdam. I think Emil have alluded more on that, but again, we move on to the world-class multi-purpose gateway, commercial gateway is a Port of Duqm. it's a new kids in the block, but again, we see a good future, a brighter future for Port of Duqm, and not only in industry, but in many areas, including the green movement, particularly with ample lands available adjacent to it, and attracting more business, particularly for this, with many reasons that we see it in the report today. What port can be? We heard about Emil from Nico about his presentation on the hubs in Oman, and I think we need to elaborate what exactly the hub or hydrogen valleys, the potential for it. And this is where we see in this presentation where we can see that the value would be important for Oman to moving forward and having this concept of valleys, particularly the projects to maximize more on the value chain. We always talk about the value chain, but I think we need more than this. All Omani ports have a potential to emerge as a green hydrogen valley, including Sohar, Duqm, and even Salalah, because although Salalah is congested, but it can move to that direction. And this is an example where we show how the hydrogen valley could look like, where all the businesses surrounded in the same site. And then in a recent study where it shows with Roland Berger that it looked at, you can localize industry where you can put them together in the same place in Europe. And this is an example from Europe as well. And the building production facilities could be closer to the coastal area because of the utilities required, ports required, facilities required, and then using the process to different molecules. Currently, the focus in Oman is only on ammonia, but again, we see the potential that can go to different derivatives, provided that they leave this business to the ports to handle it. I think exactly lesson learned from Port of Rotterdam. What other potential that the ports, the hydrogen business within the port can bring in? This is again from Roland Berger, where talk about the job creation for this business in the region. And this is mainly taken from a study when, in the GCC, where it's increased up to 400 to 900,000 jobs, where most of the jobs are created in the upstream, in the renewable energy, electrolyzers, and some of the jobs, smaller percentage will be in the distribution and the storage. But this is what tells you what exactly the situation will be in 2030 and how exactly it's scaling up in 2050. Most what we can see from the report, we see in the report that most of these jobs already there exist in the oil and gas, but I think that shiftment from oil and gas to renewable energy will help in creating or establishing jobs. We expect that Oman will have 20% of this market share of the job creation in the GCC, and that's range between 80 to 180,000. This is in conjunction with the study that the Ministry of Energy have done, where it said expected direct job is 70,000, where we see more of that in the other side business we're going to grow. And this is multi-skills required across the value chain, and that's for skilled and unskilled rewards are required. Another potential that the port can bring in it is to supply different businesses with a derivative of fuels. So there's ship refueling. I think we're going to talk more about bunkering business, but I think Sohar and Salalah and Duqm, they have different kind of bunkering business. We'll talk about it in a later stage, but we we focus on Sohar and heavy industry, where it is industrial port, and then they can enable the industrial ports to decarbonize, as Emil mentioned, and then also encourage or attract newer, greener businesses that come to Sohar as a greener business. Is also very good tool to use for the refineries. Both these two ports are congested to big refineries where the change of or the circulation of CO2 can be help with CO2 carbon capture and hydrogen business. That's really business established now, and that the ports can help in doing that. And the last one is the mining business, where you can also decarbonize the mining. Any business, the ports is ready available for that business. One of the things that the report also have highlighted or have looked into one of the famous studies that's done in Oman about storage. So we talk about transportation. So the transportation is still now thinking is using the current pipeline or repurposing the pipeline. But we also touch base on building a new pipeline, which is going to be capex intensive. But again, there are other stories thinking. The thinking, which is we have looked into the report, is the underground storage for hydrogen using salt and rock cavernous. And these are available technology. The studies available. And this can be possibly doable for storage in Oman. And then we will look into where the ports are located. So for Port of Sohar, Samail Oil Freight Complex is around 35 miles away from the ports, and that can be utilized for that purpose. Duqm, they are south of Ras Madraka, and then 80 kilometers of that, and there is a caving there that can be utilized as the same purpose. While Sohar, Duqm and Salalah have the same area of Duqm where the nearest possible location is 70 kilometers towards Mirbat region, and then we call it crystalline basement. And these are available caverns, can be used for storing hydrogen. The technology actually is well established in Europe and other countries. Where we need to explore it for Oman is could possibly do it. It's doable, provided that more studies to be covered within it. So I need to move fast because of time. So look into the hydrogen fast. The race between ammonia, what exactly it is. So the ports can accelerate the business. We expect that the business or the growth of ammonia is going to fall 3 times or 6 times in the future, and then the port can accelerate the market. We see that how is the methanol in the market now is accelerating. It's the same thing with ammonia, that market acceleration. With the focus on e-methanol, I think that there will be a challenge which one have to have the lens to run further. But again, in the report, we look into the details of using the e-fuels in both e-methanol and ammonia, and then how we can look into the future. As I say, that the bunkering is the key. And then maybe Emil and Nico haven't mentioned this in their discussion, but again, we focusing on making Oman as the future green fuel bunkering hub for it. Particularly, it's the destination between Singapore and Rotterdam, and the Omani ports are geared up for that. Could be different types of bunkering, could be methanol. That's what we're thinking for Salalah. It could be ammonia. That's very focused on the Duqm. And then we're thinking that also Sohar can be the LNG bunkering for the region. And these are where the strength of these are ports and these areas, this derivative. And then because of the situation, the location, geopolitical location of these ports could be a really a good push for this port to be a bunkering hub for this business. And how could Omani ports support the hydrogen business? I think we have in the report, in the study, you see it. I will not go to details because the font is too small to read. But again, we have identified the strength and weakness of each port, and we believe in that there is a lot of strength there, despite the challenges that can be there. But again, Port Sohar is advanced and to be an industrial port with their focus and aim of decarbonization, and also becoming the emission industrial center. While we see Duqm is dedicated to one Oman leading port where it's handling and exporting low emissions molecules. Port of Salalah is still one of the leading ports will be in the decarbonization, because Port of Salalah, their net zero plan is 2040. I will speak for Port Salalah for today. But both ports are represented here because of Salalah, they are having an off-site session. But I think Port of Salalah, their net zero plan is 2040, particularly combining with the Maersk as a partner with the port. So I think one of the earlier net zero adopter in Oman is a Port of Salalah. And I think the role of ports is just to summarize. We are ports. We are focusing more on a decarbonization for our operations. We focus on local value creation and energy-intense industry through many attracting the business. So in the future, if you work in the port on the free zone adjacent to the port, we will not offer you a natural gas as a fuel, but we can offer you as hydrogen or renewable energy as a fuel to run your business. But that's what we're thinking in the free zone. We're thinking also mobility. We already in an advanced stage for mobility for trucks, heavy trucks to use in Oman. That be work within the port and outside the port. Many discussion on CCUs, carbon capture and utilization and storage. And then we utilizing on our partnership with our international partners, Port of Rotterdam, Port of Antwerp and Bruges, and Maersk on our collaboration and make it become our Omani ports as a global ports. And last but not least, where we talk about the shipping, what exactly the shipping is doing. So the future of shipping, we know that there is a lot of building of carbon footprint. So all our Omani ships that cruise around the world are carbon footprinted. We know our emissions. We have plans, what exactly to do. We're following IMO regulations on how we can reduce our emissions. We follow the international regulation and even the new one, the CBAM, that will be applied soon. We're also focusing on how we can utilize on that, and then replacing the fuel with the e-fuels, and that's the war that we discuss. Many topics, many discussion about ammonia and methanol and which one have to survive later. We see in the short term, 2030, methanol could be winning, but again, ammonia is a long-term derivative, although as Captain Khalil, he's one of the captains in the seafarers within our fleet. They don't favor ammonia because of its safety requirement or safety challenges. So most likely, maybe in the future, with the good of R&D, methanol could win the race. Just because of time, so I think the study, I will just summarize a little bit more on the conclusion recommendation. So ASEAD has a huge opportunity with integrated hydrogen strategy for the ports. Hydrogen economy could be developed aiming for both meeting local and international demands. Ports should develop a fully integrated supply chain, and that's what we're working on, using hydrogen to decarbonize and reaching a net zero. Oman could be strategically play a big role in ammonia and methanol as a fuel market, attracting businesses, and should aspire becoming the global production for bunkering hub. And I think the first movement to that is the MOU, which is we signed yesterday with international partners on making Oman as a hub. Collaboration is the key. I think we heard it many times in this event, and you will hear it more. Collaboration either internationally and with the three ports, with international association to make it Oman a big strategy and exporter for leader hydrogen. Last thing, I would like to thank people who actually help us in the report. So again, we're showcasing the QR code. So Oman Hydrogen Center have contributed more in this detailed report. DII, Mr. Cornelius and Dr. Chiara, thank you very much. They are from DII, they help us in developing this course. And of course, MENA Hydrogen Alliance, they are helping us. And you always can scan the QR code and download the detailed reports. If I take questions, then I'll leave the ports for Suhar, and then Brigi can answer question at Dukum. We ran out of time.
I believe it would be favorable if we allow the other panelists to give their talk, and then we can proceed with the questions afterwards. Thank you so much, Mr. Assam, for your words. Today we heard about the role of two of the ports here in Oman, Salalah Port and Suhar Port, and their goals and what they plan to do in order to achieve the net zero emission, Oman's goal. Next we'll be hearing from Ahmed Ali Salim Al-Naddabi, who will be talking to us about Oman's electricity transmissions company's goals. He is the acting chief regulatory officer. Please give him a round of applause.
Presentation. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for being among the most experienced teams from over the world. It is my pleasure being here presenting about transmission rules, how to promote the investment, especially in the green hydrogens and the renewables. So in my presentation, I'm going to talk about the Oman transmission networks overviews, and then also I will talk about the structure of Oman electricity sector, and then I will talk about the financial flow in the sector, and then I will talk about the transmission charging for direct sale and self-supply, and then also another ongoing study that is related to a transmission use of systems charges that will capture a lot of different scenarios of the energy transition that we are going to face in the future. And then I will talk about some of the technical and regulatory considerations that need to be considered by the decision makers or policy and regulation makers. So this is an overview about the transmission networks. So basically the networks, it is two separate networks for the time being. So we have the first one in the north, which is MIS. We call it Main Interconnected System Transmission Networks. And the second one, which is in the south, we call it DUFAR system. So for the MIS system, it consists of 400 kV, 220 kV, 130 kV system. And the one that is in the south, it is mainly consists of 132 kV system. And currently also we are having two strategic projects. The first one, we call it phase one, and that is from the MIS in the north down to Adokum, where most of the green hydrogen projects are expected to be located in that area, and that is a 400 kV. We're expecting to have this line in service by quarter 2, 2023. And the second phase, it just only continue down to the far region with around 450 kilometers, again 400 kV systems. And for the first phase, it's going to have 3 interconnection with the BDO system, so that will help to displace a lot of inefficient power stations they have it there, and also it will help to synchronize the spinning reserve between the two different systems. And also currently we have overtaken the transmission network that is located in the Mustandam Governorate. As for the renewable resources, we are expecting to have 3 gigawatt by 2027. We have already in operation 500 megawatt as a solar and 50 megawatt as a wind solar that is down in the Dhofar region. In the pipeline, there is 1.5 gigawatt that is expected to be by end of 26, and the other 500 megawatt going to be expected to by 2027 in quarter 2. So here I will just give you an overview about the structure of Oman electricity sector. So basically we have the ownership in the right side, and we have the regulations, and also we have the policy makers. So for the policy makers, we have the MEM and coordination with the Council of Ministers. And for the regulations, we have the Authority for Public Service Regulations. And we have the ownerships for the electrical sector, which is mainly the government, with some private also investors, most related to the generation side, but also we have private investors in the transmission business as well. And then also we have the OPWB, who they are looking for a generation and water procurement. And then we have the distribution companies who are there running the distribution networks and the supply activities. If we move to the financial flow in the sector, so we have the end user, the consumer of the energy, so they are paying the energy cost to the distribution companies, but that cost is still subsidized by the government, so some subsidy is coming from the Ministry of Finance that goes directly to the distribution companies. And the distribution companies, they are paying two things. They are paying the bulk supply tariff to OPWB, since it is the only procurer for the energy for the time being. And distribution companies also, they are paying two charges to OTC, the transmission operator, which is the connection charge plus the transmission use of systems charges. And for the IBBs, which is independent power producer or water and power producers, they are paying only a connection charges to OTC. So they are not paying any transmission use of system charges. That is only levied in the customers. This is the current regulatory model that we are following. Plus there is some pass-through cost that is most related to the license fees, goes to ABSAR. Plus also, since Oman, it is part from the GCCIA network, we are also paying some license fees to the GCCIA networks. Recently in 2021, the authority, they want to push for more market liberalization and to encourage, the customers or those customers who are subjected for cost reflective tariff to have more options to supply their load and their consumptions, So they introduced two things, which is the first one is the direct sale, and the second one, the self-supply model. So for the direct sale, the customers will have the freedom to contract any off-site generation. So they can enter in like a bilateral agreement between the customer and the generators, and they are agreed about the energy cost, and OTC will be in the middle, facilitating the transportation of the energy from the generation down to the customer. The second arrangement, it is for the self-supply, which allow the customer to have their own generation behind the fence. Okay, that could be facilitated by the transmission or having their own private wire. But in all of those cases, the customers, they will still looking for ancillary services or support from the transmission in case there is like a disturbance in their generation or intermittency. The other things, or just further explanation for this arrangement. So the customer either to have a bilateral trading, and in this case we are going only to charge the customer for the wheeling charges, which is most likely similar to the TUS, but less compared to the normal customers. And for those customers who are going for a self-supply generation, then they are also going to pay a transmission system, a standby charges to OTC. That is basically to provide the necessary stability requirement and also the ancillary services, since, as we know that the renewables normally they are intermittent behavior, so they are not continuous. Plus also they need, again, the grid at night time when there is no sun. So this is regarding the self-supply. But also, we have introduced another category, we call it a strategic customers. And those customers either to be, and those customers, if they would like to interconnect with the network, that is either to trigger a further investment to OTC. So in this case, we are going to charge those customers a levelized cost for that additional investment. If it is not, then they only paying to the transmission only the marginal cost to facilitate their energy transportation. If those customers, investors, they are willing to export the energy across the border to the neighboring countries, for example, then we are charging those volumetric charges, which is mainly related to the fixed cost, for the variable cost. The fixed cost is already there, so there is no additional investment need to be put in ground. So we are going to charge only that marginal cost. But if we looking back, most of the investment that been put in ground for either for the distribution network or transmission network, that is basically being driven by the load growth. But now, talking about the green hydrogens, most of the investment, it will not be driven by the load growth. It is basically going to be driven by accommodating those new investment. Because we believe that most of those green hydrogens though they have their own generation, but they need a support from time to time to cater for any intermittency or emergency or disturbance. They need the service from the transmission networks. But again, looking for a massive investment in the green hydrogens, we are talking about the gigawatt, which is almost the double capacity that we have it now. Then a massive expansion that will be required in the transmission networks. So what we discussed with the authority that the current US methodology, it is not anymore going to serve us, and also to encourage those customers to proceed with the investment. So a reformation study or evaluation for the current transmission system charges need to be carried out. So now we have already almost in the final, proposal for the TOS charging mechanism. And while we are developing those mechanisms, we are putting a certain objectives in our minds. So the first objective is to be more cost reflective. So we are not going to charge those customers for additional services, and to be more cost reflective to the benefit they are getting from the transmission. The other things also, we need to be more fair and equitable, so to avoid any discriminations, because we are trying here to promote one sector, industry sector, but we don't want also to damage the other sectors that are already existing. So it is very important to be fair. The other things also need to be stable, and that is very important for the investor. They don't want to have like a stock market charging. It's changing like 3 times over the year. So we need to have a more stable charging mechanism. The other things also, we need to be a full recovery for the investment that is incurred by the shareholder, either for the transmission level or for the BWB level. Maybe they are going to provide the ancillary services. So in this case, what we have proposed, we propose to consider other factors for the transmission charges. So there will be like a charging for the peak period, and also another charging for the non-coincident peak. We have done a thorough evaluation about the network operation, which of the assets they are more utilized during the peak period, which of the assets they are more utilized during the off-peak period or non-coincident period. So those costs will be separated, and then will be charged to the customers based on their usage during those 2 separate periods. We are still not yet finalized how we are going to charge the green hydrogen project if they've been very far from the networks. That is still ongoing discussion with the authority, and also they are coordinating with the MEM, because the investment would be huge. So we don't intend to allocate all that investment to the existing customers, and they will be suffering and they'll be being corrupted, So what we are trying to go maybe for a deep connection charges, and that will be a different charging from the existing one. Then in this slide, I'm going to talk about the technical and regulatory consideration that need to be considered by the policy and regulation makers. So we have 3 scenarios where the transmission we expect it to be located. Either we are transporting electrons, or we are transporting hydrogen as a gas or molecules, or we are transporting as ammonia. So this is where we are expecting the transmission will be exist in those different scenarios. So what are the technical challenges that we're going to face? First, the land requirement, because now most of those land allocated to the green hydrogens, but we need also to make sure there is enough corridors to run the transmission networks, because that is one of our challenging that we are facing when we are going for a long transmission networks projects. So that is very important for us. The other things regarding the excess power produced. Most of those green hydrogen investors that we have met during this year and the previous year, they are looking to double their generations. And normally they are looking to have like a 50 or 60% from the PV solars, 40% from the wind, to complement or to offset the the resource availability, because sun, they are available during the daytime, at night time, the wind normally more active, okay? So they are trying to have a combination, but most of the time they're gonna have an excess of power. So where that excess power to be exported? Most of the investors, they are coming and they are expecting, they are just only going to pump that power to the grid, and the grid will take care. That is not how it works. Normally, in network operation, you have to have a balance between the generation and demand. So if there is no demand, there is no way we can take that excess of power. So that is very important to be kept in mind of the investors. Unless we have a load growth in the coming futures, or we have like a market among the GCC countries, for example, or for the Arabian countries, then we can export. Luckily that we are expecting to have a 400 kV direct connection to the GCC network by 2027, so that will facilitate to accommodate those excess power. But again, we need to have a clear regulation for the energy market. The other things regarding the grid capacity, that is very important. We are talking about almost the double capacity that we're having now. So that means we need like a double network size when we are talking about 10 gigawatt. So we need to have more clarity about those capacity, the location, the size, and the technology, so we can set the right transmission expansion. For the electricity regulation, and also again that need to evolve. I think only one slide. That is also need to be improved to capture all those changes. For the certification, I think that has already been talking about. The last slide, we recommend those investors to have early discussion with the transmission operator here, so we understand their needs, their locations, what kind of ancillary services they are looking for, what is the technology they are going to adopt in their investment, so we can be ready when they are ready there. We don't want to be behind, so they are in the ground and we are not there. So that's very important to establish that direct discussion with OTC at early stage. The other things also need a clear plan, because this site sometimes it has a size to accommodate 5 gigawatt, but this customer is only coming for 2 gigawatt. We don't want to put an investment and then we put another investment. We need to put one investment that will cater for the site, not only for that individuals. So that is very important. The clarity of technology will help us to provide the right ancillary services, because that will have a huge impact in our stability in our network. So we need to provide the right technology, but that depends on the technology they are going to use. Either they are going to use a battery storage or that only a PV, and that's it. The other things, a wider plan for the site, that is very important, so we can optimize our investment and put the right voltage level to accommodate the future customers on the same site. The consideration for the project life cycle, that is very important. We don't want the customer to come by 26, while we as OTC, we need like 4 years, so it will come 1 year after. We need to have a consistency and also a synergy between the two plans for the investors and for OTC, so we can serve the customer at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed Al-Naddabi. Joining us next, please have a seat. Joining us next is Mr. Ahmed Ali Akkak, the acting CEO of Duqm Special Economic Zone.
Good afternoon. I'm just waiting for the presentation to show up on the screen, you know? All right. All right. Well, CZAD is basically one of the only special economic zone in Oman. It's one of the largest in the MENA region. The fact is with CZAD, it's basically we're actively engaging, managing investors within variety of different sectors that's basically including manufacturing, real estate, fishery, and logistic, and even more. Our establishment, actually CZAD is basically one of the establishment of CZAD is basically to
commitment, to lead the commitment to diversify our economy from oil and gas industry and moving toward diversification on a national level. We are one of the zones actually in Oman that we geared up actually to meet the national commitment actually for zero actually CO2. And we signed recently with one of the largest steel company in the world. I think one of my colleagues probably in the next fellow sessions, he will be a little bit elaborating about this. The fact is with this, I mean, I think CISAT is now working very closely with Hydrom and Ministry of Energy and Minerals, and we are trying to develop a corridor that is basically is bridging all of this source of energy, which is the fuel of the future, from different locations into CISAT and which will go actually to the end users. If we look at CISAT investment to renewable energy, we can see the fact is government has invested heavily and we have probably the best infrastructure that we see in this region. We look at the full logistic value chain. We have ports, airports, utilities, and service corridor that we're developing with our friends. And also we're having regulating investment. We look to the most cost-effective solution that basically will create the right landscaping for our investors. And I'm talking here to the investors who's here looking for a potential an area where they could invest it. And then we're looking for a bunkering also, that we will have a bunkering and storage for this fuel. And clustering also, the fact is also the CISAT also is being clustered into different industries. Political stability, definitely, as you know, Oman is basically a standalone among all the countries in the world, where we see today facing a lot of energy crisis as well as political turbulence around us in the region. And also we're very close to the proximity market. We're close to the emerging market next to us, which is in India, East Africa, and the Upper Gulf. This is basically a map where it shows Oman. For those who have not visited the global map recently, they might see exactly where we're located. We sit in the middle of the world, actually. So we're so accessible, and we're very blessed, actually, with this location today. So, if we look at Al-Wusta region is basically an ideal location for this specific of industry. The fact is, it's ideal for its basically meteorological conditions with an abundance of solar radiations and winds and ocean waves. In addition, this has given the Al-Wusta region the full potential to become a green hub energy into the future. In addition to this, we have a world-class port that is close to the global market, which can serve the new energy. Some of the strategic priorities and opportunities for the sector, basically we're playing the role of supportive of establishing hydrogen processing. We're attracting downstream. We're also specialized in hydrogen storage, logistic, as we have clustered the area footprint within Duqm area. Also, we are emerging as a global center for excellence, as Duqm is basically very stretched, and we're giving that opportunity to our clients to test their masters for their projects. If we look at this master plan, this is basically, it shows you the fact is the footprint of CISAT. So the fact is this is the heart of the future. This is the heart of the future of the green energy. It cannot be replicated. It cannot be replicated due to its value proposition, because the fact is, because of its location and resources, the fact is this gives a sort of a momentum to the industry to move into to flourish and to diversify from fossil fuel. This shows you the more clustering, the value chain within CISAT area. You can see the fact is where this sits. We have a company that is already anchored in Duqm, and we are also in the final phase of negotiating with some of the other companies. And we can see that we have made that commitment and we deliver in some of these projects. Some of the service also, we look at also there will be a grid that connecting south Duqm with the northern of the country next year, July 20. That's where we'll be able to sell also to the national grid over 1 gigawatt. This is also just to show you how we are basically kind of zoning each area within Duqm area as a partner with CSAT to realize your hydrogen business. Green Hydrogen Business Hub with dedicated lands, that we have allocated lands for all these projects in the future, working closely with Hydrum and also Ministry of Energy and Minerals. We are a pro-business regulatory environment that we basically offer very competitive in terms of physical incentives. We access also to special economic zone incentives. I mean, this is quite unique because Duqm is a very stretch and that can offer you all the options you're looking for. And clustering global and regional players. We're working, I mean, we have no limitation to work with our client, and also we're very supportive partner with our shared vision. We have a lot of international partners who is also working with us to deliver new projects in the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed Ali Akkak. Today we've heard about 3 of the key green hydrogen zones here in Oman. We heard about the port of Sahar from Emil Hoogsteden. We also heard about the port of Salala from Asyad's Assam al-Shaybani. We heard about the Duqm Special Economic Zone from Ahmed Ali Akkak. And we also heard about how it's all being transmitted and what the process is from Ahmed Ali Salim al-Nadabi from Oman Electricity Transmission Company. We'd like to now open the floor to any questions. Unfortunately, we'd like to restrict the questions to 2 only, solely due to the time constraint we have because we have one more session. Any questions? Can we pass the mic to the gentleman in the middle?
Yeah, hi. So my name is Paul Smith. I'm with Energy Dome, which is a long-term energy storage company. And my question is for the transmission company. I understood the challenges that you have to face with this tremendous amount of renewables coming on the grid and limited grid capacities, which can partly be addressed by national and international grid connections, but didn't hear too much about energy storage and how that may actually fit and enable you to optimize your planning over the next decade or so.
Thank you for the question. Indeed, that is very important for the ancillary services. Now, currently, we are doing a thorough study about what type of ancillary services that it might be fit our transition changing. So one of the options to have the energy storage, and there are different type of energy storage we are talking here. Either it's the batteries, or even in the table there is a discussion about the hydro. It could also serve, the intermittency behavior of those renewables. So different type of technology could be adopted, and not only for the intermittency. Actually, the most dangerous issue that we are going to face with this big amount of renewables, it is the inertia, which is most related to the stability. So nowadays, there is a good development how to control the stability, and they are talking about a very fast inverters which can support, the inertia. Normally, the inertia is more linked to the rotating mass of the machines, but those renewables, they can mimic that rotation mass or kinetic energy that is stored in the rotation mass by having a very fast respond inverters. So although all of those technologies, they are in consideration, there are also another studies regarding having a virtual power plant that also can provide a stability to the networks.
Can we pass the mic to the gentleman at the front, please? It's okay, we got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Isam. Cornelius from DRI MENA Hydrogen Alliance. So really exciting things going on. Oman is today connected to the GCC power grid. There's a GCC backbone. We just heard an important question about storage. Really interesting that Oman will also develop own hydrogen structure. So I'd love to hear the panel's view on a mid to long-term vision where maybe Oman is a kind of a trading hub, even within the GCC. Maybe with hydrogen pipelines, we've heard about bunkering, so this kind of energy system, this interconnectivity, also we've heard from Port of Sohar. I'd be excited to hear the views on this, on Oman's role, really on green or zero emission electron and molecule trading hub in the future.
Sorry, who would you like to address your question to?
Okay, let me start. Thank you for the question, which is very comprehensive. I think we need another hour. But just focusing on Sohar. So what I'm in my story, what I said. First of all, I think it's important that Sohar, also as the biggest emitter of CO2, and an industrial port, we focus on greening the port itself, making sure we also producing green products from Sohar, from Oman, can be sold into the world. On top of that, developing the e-bunkering facilities, making sure that we, on this road between Rotterdam and Singapore, we are connected and we can indeed sell the bunkering even more, and at the end of the day, exporting facilities. I mean, I think as typically Rotterdam has shown, is that if you have these various building blocks, then it's also important that it's not just storing or exporting or creating, but at a certain point in time, it's also good that you expand that, and maybe also with pipelines, but also become a trading hub, and maybe even, but that's, I think, a long way away, a price point for that matter. So I think the building blocks, and I'm not just talking Sohar, but in Oman, the building blocks are there. And we have to build it out and make sure that all the steps that are taken are seen integrated and not just as separate and in an isolation. And with that, you could further build out as a circle or a hub or a turning point or a node in the green hydrogen industry.
Thank you so much to our panelists today. Can we give them a round of applause? I think we learned a lot about the key green hydrogen zones here in Oman today and how they plan to transmit the green hydrogen energy. Also, I understand that the Port of Rotterdam is one of the biggest ports in the world, so their willingness to work with Oman in the future is very beneficial to us. We've learned that as well. Thank you, everyone. All right, our next panel today is a panel discussion about the Oman green hydrogen infrastructure. I'd like to welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, Mr. Matthias Skimmel, the project manager of energy cooperation with the Gulf region and associate director of Guidehouse.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like me to call the remainder? Also, can we have the panelists on stage, starting with Tom Clark, the GM of Commercial and New Business Development, Oman Shell. Mr. Raghi Vermeulen, Chief Executive Officer of Port of Duqm. Dr. Andrea Lovato, EVP, Global Head of Hydrogen, Acting Head of Renewable Development, and ACWA of Power. Also, Mr. Khalil Al-Belushi, Vice President Marine of Asyad Shipping.
Andrea is not here. I am replacing him, Hamad.
Hamad. Replacing Dr. Andrea Lovato is Hamad. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, Javier Lopez Carvajal, Vice President of Clean Energy at OQ Alternative Energy.
So hello and welcome to this very last strategic session today. So I think we've had a very, very exciting day. We've heard a lot about the ambition of Oman of becoming one of the key hydrogen players in the region and globally. So we've heard about the supply side, we've heard about the demand side, we've also just heard about the ports, for example, and now we really want to focus on the infrastructure. Hydrogen is a difficult molecule, it has to be said. So the energy density is only a quarter of that of natural gas, so it's quite complicated to transport it. So we want to talk about the infrastructure aspect. So how do you actually get hydrogen from point A to point B, how you store it, how you produce it, given it's such a complex molecule. And I'd like to invite the panelists with one guiding question. So what is needed to accelerate the infrastructure development, the hydrogen infrastructure development in Oman, please?
Thank you. And so I'm Tom Clark. I work for Shell, based here in Muscat. We've got a long and proud history working in oil and gas in Oman, a keen interest, I think, in working in low carbon hydrogen. What's needed? And look, we've been hearing a lot about that during the day. I think you need policy in place, yes, but really you need to address this challenge of maturing business models, supply, demand in parallel, and unlocking investment in the country. If you can do that, start small, grow quickly.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. I think not repeating, the key for me is collaboration. We are at the early stage of a new industry, and I think that now more than anything we're not competing. There's enough demand for everybody, and I think that what is happening now between the different actors that are putting the first project into place, the infrastructure provider and the authority, this collaboration that we're seeing will be key for the success of the first project and the bankability of the first project.
Thank you very much. This is Hamad Masood, and Assalamu alaikum as well. I'm from Eco Power, and as it's been indicated earlier this day, that as an Eco Power, we have already done a project which is under construction right now in NEOM. So there's been quite a learning in terms of what infrastructures need to be there to accelerate this development process of green hydrogen. If I may answer this question in a bit different way, and I would say that my view is that you can broadly classify these infrastructures into two categories. One which can accelerate the developmental process, and the other one which makes the business case more viable, compelling, and more strategic in nature. These two, although are not mutually exclusive, there's an overlap of it. But what I mean by that is that if you are putting a gigawatt scale project in the middle of the desert, you need the grid connectivity, the grid stability, you need securities of utilities which make the project bankable. But the moment you start producing and you need the infrastructures which make the business case more viable, which means that there's a distribution network, there are storage infrastructures like salt basins, caverns, which makes the economics more viable. So yes, obviously the infrastructures are stretched across the value chain, but broadly speaking, you need infrastructures to kick this industry off, make this bankable, and then to make the economics more viable.
Good afternoon, Khalil Al-Balushi from Asyad. I would like to say that from the infrastructure point of view, I think it is important also the legal framework has to be developed. It's a new industry for everyone. The regulatory part need to be addressed as soon as possible. His Excellency this morning mentioned the contract. Let's come here and sign a contract. But we know the complexity of things like this. So it is important from the, to accelerate things, we have to address also the regulatory part. From the shipping point of view, the infrastructure, we should not be looking at it only in Oman, because ships, if we are going to export it, we need the other side also to have the infrastructure. But also the ship is an asset, and the infrastructure of ships, the design of ships, the development of new carriage, these are things that need to be addressed to accelerate this transition.
Can you hear me? Yes, probably, yes. I think one of the things that probably we need to consider that is in the case of Oman, the strategic big portion is at the end to trade hydrogen or derivatives, no? And currently it means probably use ammonia as a carrier, at least in this stage. So when we are talking about infrastructure, yes, there are a lot of gigas of PV and wind and electrical infrastructure and water, which is the same, even hydrogen storage, that's the same that if you make the use of hydrogen for domestic, but we have also as well ammonia conversion plants, ammonia storage, ammonia terminals, shipping of ammonia, the receiving terminals at the end of the consumer. So a lot of the infrastructure at the end is not just purely hydrogen, it's also ammonia infrastructure, and we need to keep this in our mind. And in terms of the ingredients at the end to really, let's say, trigger the development of the infrastructure, I think that few of the key elements are over there. There is to have a clear plan at the national level, an alignment. I think this is there. Also, I see a lot of traction from different investors, different international investors. So probably the missing piece that I think we have heard that a few times today is probably at the end to have firm demand, no? So to have something really at the end triggering the investments, no? Because at the end you need to have bankable projects. For that you need to have a firm demand, and then if you have that, then you can really build infrastructure, no? I think probably that's the missing part, and I think it's kind of normal because it's a new segment, no? So the demand at the end is to develop and grow, no?
Thank you so much. So it's apparent that infrastructure is quite complex. So there are multiple layers to it. You need to have the interconnectivity to the grid. You need to have the storage, and not just hydrogen storage. You need to consider ammonia as well. You have the ports. You have standards and regulation, which is important to facilitate it. And with that, I want to ask you, Tom, since Shell is, of course, an international company, what lessons can be learned from other geographies that are also heavily focusing on hydrogen here in the region, but also globally when looking at infrastructure?
And so we've seen today several times over the example of Rotterdam and some of what's going on in Northwest Europe. And I think one of the key lessons is you do need to take that system level view of the infrastructure, and you need to think of these individual projects as systems, but also very carefully about their role within the local energy system. Bring that to Oman. I think for green hydrogen projects here, you need to recognize the role of infrastructure in optimizing the project, so driving up capacity factors, increasing utilization of the equipment you've installed, but also then where the points of interface codependency are locally, where you can and should be collaborating. I think also it's this hub-type view, particularly when you look at the demand and thinking of yourself as a player in a hub, exploiting local synergies, setting yourself going on a foundation, and then creating these pathways for growth.
Thank you. Same question to you, Hamid. From the KSA perspective, of course, Saudi is also a very big player. NEOM is one of the lighthouse projects. What lessons can be learned in Oman, and what do you see as the special framework here in Oman that could facilitate the infrastructure development?
So as I said, NEOM is under construction, and the financial close is happening in the next few days. But the learning's been tremendous with our partners here, Prorex in the product, in NEOM is also the partners we have with OQ as well, and these learnings have been funneled basically to OQ, what we have learned so far from NEOM, and there are so many learnings yet to come. But one thing which I must say is that a positive differentiator that we see here in this case is, let's say, EDO established Hydrom, and now Hydrom is kind of a one-stop shop. And that is absolutely very, very positive. Especially what learnings from NEOM is that permitting is a key challenge, but if you have a one-stop shop, then it makes the life so easy. And like I can see since morning, and means there is a very concerted effort from all stakeholders, whether it's sports, it's OPWP, it's other stakeholders that are working in that direction, which is going to make things converge at a point where things would be available. So permitting is one of the key things. One thing which I say is on a bit different way is like the policies need to be a bit flexible in the beginning. Because if we put everything in black and white and there's no flexibility, then especially for the first movers, it becomes really challenging to maneuver those things. And I think looking at what European Parliament is now doing with RED 2 and RED 3 in order to encourage and promote this development of green hydrogen industry, we see like initially they started in a very conservative approach, and now they are giving some relaxations. So I see like there should be a room, there should be a flexibility in the policies which should allow the first mover especially to actually set the direction which can accelerate things, and then on the back of that you can actually further refine those policies and other things.
So also lessons learned from the policy side and
absolutely
granting flexibility given the market is developing so quickly as well.
Yes, absolutely. Means we have all witnessed that how additionality and temporal correlations from 15 minutes is now quarterly and possibly maybe yearly. So we don't have to set the gold standards right from the beginning. We can always let the industry flourish, and on the back of that we can make things more aggressive and more optimistic.
Thank you. And now turning to the ports, I mean, we've heard a lot about Oman's perfect location, both going east but also going west. So the question to you, Reggie, for the port of Duqm. So how do you see your plans evolving as a major global player in the coming 5 to 10 years?
So indeed, I think one of the great chance that Oman has is not only the location and the wind and the sun, but actually the Duqm project. It was not meant for that, but it's coming at the end of the very good time, because the completion of the port, the completion of the zone and the startup of the zone just coincide with the start of this new industry. So actually we really have a node, a hub that we are planning to have for hydrogen in Oman that is starting in a place that has absolutely no legacy. We don't have all pipes that have been laid out. We don't have all infrastructure that are going in the way of this new infrastructure. So we really can start to make it right since the beginning, which is a blessing that we have. You were mentioning about NEOM that is starting from zero. We have our equivalent here in Duqm, and our collaboration with the one-stop shop Hydrom is essential, because essential by putting the policies in place, the blocks in place, and coordinating all the development, not only of the generation part, but the infrastructure part, including the port. And we have this chance, and it's quite unique to have a lot of land available quayside, which will be essential for the export, the generation of the carrier, whatever it will be, in the future. So we are really gearing up, as you are asking, to come back to your question, what is the next 5, 10 years, is actually, as from now, we have nearly blocked 50% of our bank land for green molecule and the way forward.
So where do you see yourself in 2030, the Port of Duqm, on a global landscape?
Well, I think that as a combination of both. I see the Port of Duqm as the major export point for the Omani hydrogen towards Europe and Asia at this stage. But I see also Duqm attracting green-related industry. And I think that we signed 2 days ago with Jindal a first green steel complex of nearly 5 million tons of steel. That's the first of a couple of other industry that will come in Duqm. So a mix of a major export hub, but also a industrial green hub.
So much more than just a port, really an industrial hub, similar to what we see in Rotterdam, for example?
Yes, or in our case in Antwerp, as we are linked at the Port of Antwerp.
Fair enough. Let's stay with the topic of shipping. So of course, shipping is one of the key transport vectors to get hydrogen out of Oman to potential import countries such as Germany, my home country, but also other countries in Asia, for example. So what transport vector do you see as most promising? We've heard ammonia today, we've heard methanol. There's also other options, liquid organic hydrogen carrier. So what's your take on the future of hydrogen transport, or even liquefied hydrogen?
Well, earlier my colleague Assam has pointed at me that I don't like ammonia, he said. It's not that I don't like ammonia. I think we are not ready for ammonia just today. But let me start by the shipping is looking at, the shipping that has no choice. The rule is being implemented in 3 weeks' time. 1st of January, there is a new regulation coming up saying that ships, they have to have their technical file where it is stated what category you are, whether you are good or bad player in terms of CO2 print. So that is something that's happening in 3 weeks' time. Ships will be certified saying that you are in A, B, C category. If you are beyond this, you have to have an action plan called your energy efficiency action plan, how you want to be within the limits. So that is something that you don't have an option. There are various ways to get to that levels, and the most important is the fuel. But there are other ways. There are operational ways. Means you reduce your power output, reduce your speed, then you are emitting less. So there are ways to do it. There are energy devices that you can put on ships. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to change the fuel. Things like the paint, less resistance paint. You have to, we are also thinking about in the industry of rotor sails, going back to James Cook time or something like this. So there are a lot of options when it comes to meeting the requirements. The most efficient one is the fuel, obviously, because all the others can give you 6%, 7% reduction and 10%, 20%. But the fuel will give you 100% because it will come from the source without CO2. So that is one. But you know, there are about 70,000 ships out there now. They are using fossil fuel, a lot of them, most of them. So the transition, it is not going to happen tomorrow. That's why I'm saying ammonia is not ready today, because of its problematics when it comes to being corrosive, being very dangerous to people, and so on. The options are methanol is a good candidate. Ammonia is a good candidate. But as a transition, I think a lot of the shipping people believe that LNG could be a transition fuel, which can take you to probably 2035, maybe closer to 40, because it is not that bad. It is not that green also, but it can meet this transition period.
So when do you then see ammonia, for example, evolving as a really mature technology? And you already mentioned the concerns. If you could elaborate on, for example, the safety risk. I mean, toxicity is, of course, an issue.
Well, ammonia is very, very dangerous in terms of to people, for example. So the regulations need to be there for people to handle it. There is a big difference between handling ammonia as cargo and handling it as a fuel that you use it. You are interacting with the fuel more when it is as a bunker being used for propulsion. So these are challenges that we need to address before putting it on board as a fuel. So that is one. But the design of ships, ammonia will require maybe 4 times more tank space to carry the same because of the energy density. It is less energy density. So you need to, unless you are going to fuel more frequent on your journey. So these are challenges also, and the market I don't think is ready today. So going from here to east or west, I need to stop more to fuel compared to today. Yeah, so these are the issues. Tanks capacity, which means less cargo capacity. It is cost also. So these are the challenges that being discussed. The engine manufacturers are very much involved as stakeholders in this, for them to gear up for these new fuels. Also, these are challenges being addressed.
Just one very last question on shipping, because it's just an exciting topic. So who's driving the transition? Is it, I mean, I saw IMO earlier. Is it other legislation? Is it carbon pricing in some countries? I think maritime sector will be included in the EU ETS, which will also have implications to ships going to the EU. So who is the driving factor?
Okay, let's start with the ETS. ETS obviously is a European system. And I think very soon the likes of USA, probably China, and other countries or blocks will start implementing something like this. It's just to drive people into these alternatives and decarbonization faster. When it comes who is driving, I think there are 3 key influencers in this. One is obviously IMO when it comes to regulations. The second is the cargo owners and traders. So that's why there is a move called sea cargo, something like this. And then the financing department. There is the Posidonia principle also. There are a lot of big institutes, they have signed up for it. So these 3 are the influencer into decarbonizing the shipping. And again, shipping, because of its international nature, everyone has to be aboard. So we can't have a regulation here for Oman which doesn't fit Europe or vice versa. So because the ship has to go from here to there. So things like this need to be addressed also.
Thank you, very comprehensive. And we learned that there are multiple drivers, not just one. And especially the last one you mentioned on financing brings me to you, Javier. So how do you attract investors? We've heard there a lot of substantial investments across the sector. So the ports, the production, storage is another one that was mentioned in a previous session. So how do you get private equity, but also governments to invest in the ramp up of the infrastructure?
Well, at the end, it's like any investment, no? At the end, what you need to have is a solid business case, right? And bring comfort to the different parties at the end they need to invest on the project, no, and which implies lenders but also equity investors, no. I think that the ingredients are there. So at the end, you have a very clear plan. You have stability in the plan as well. The key is, as I said before, no, I think that the trigger point is at the end to have long-term offtakes that at the end can make the full transaction bankable from the project perspective, but also for the common infrastructure perspective, and that's probably the trigger, no? But and I think we saw in a few sessions the amount of the end of actual commitment that you have in the long-term offtakes, no? And that's probably at the end, I would say the key factor, no? What is going to make the full thing at the end moving, no, and rolling.
So I'm understanding correctly that, okay, but do you think that there's also more risk from the private sector to be taken in such a nascent technology? I've heard a lot about of course there's risk in terms of regulation, there's unclarity about, for example, the future pricing of hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives, and that is holding back certain investments given that there is so much uncertainty. Do you think that there should be then more risk on the private sector? Or do you think it should be dealt similar to the conventional investments in LNG, for example?
No, of course, it's not comparable with the situation that you have right now in LNG, no? Probably it's comparable with the situation that you may have in the LNG like in the 90s or in the 2000s, that there was no such a thing like LNG trading or LNG terminals, no, and everything at the end was to be built, no, from even the extraction from gas pipelines, the LNG terminals, the LNG ships, the receiving terminals, everything, no, there was no such a thing of LNG at all, no, and so it looked like mission impossible, no, somehow, no, if you look in the 90s, no, but at the end. I think also the governor of JBIC commented that this morning, no, the journey that Japan has passed through the LNG, and it was not mission impossible. No, at the end it's built, right? So probably we are in a very similar situation in the green hydrogen. No, at the end, the drivers for the LNG to happen were kind of the same thing: was to have a cleaner fuel, to have something also diversified, right, from other sources. I think we may have similar drivers right now, right? We want something cleaner. We want also to diversify. But, you know, at the end, it's not mission impossible. I think it's mission possible. But we are changing the energy system, no? And it requires time, no? And effort and investment. So things will not happen, let's say, in one day, no? You need the time at the end to make the full system evolve and mature. But I think we can find some similarities, no, with the development of LNG and the natural gas as a whole, no, in the last 20 years or something like this.
Thank you. And that brings me to the last round of questions. So we've heard a lot about green hydrogen, of course. Hydrogen, of course, doesn't have a color, it's colorless. So I was wondering, in terms of infrastructure, when we talk about the different colors of hydrogen, is there any difference that you need to take in consideration? Tom, that question would go to you.
So I'd start by saying that lots of things are the same. So when we talk about the need to build demand, we talk about the need to work in collaboration, work with along the value chain between governments and companies. Lots and lots of that is exactly the same. I'd also just pause and say that I think there is a role for both. There's very clear potential for renewable hydrogen in Oman. I think there is a role for blue as well, so hydrogen with CCS. And there's a market opportunity. You've got a different risk and cost profile that makes it interesting. There is one obvious difference, which is blue hydrogen requires carbon capture and storage. So you also need CO2 transportation and storage, and in particular you need to be able to de-risk and manage CO2 storage. yeah, another challenge to add to the list, but it's been done elsewhere, and also they're in quite a big opportunity because you can underpin a CO2 backbone for the country. And you look at the net zero report for Oman, and CCS plays quite a prominent role in getting to net zero.
Thank you. And then, Reggie, for you, you mentioned Antwerp or Brugge as one of the key partner harbors. Do you see that there will be more partnerships evolving with the hydrogen economies between the Omani ports and other ports around the globe?
Yeah, definitely, and actually that's already what's happening now. It was mentioned earlier by Emil and his colleague with Rotterdam and Sohar. The same principle is happening between Duqm and Antwerp. I think there's two things. First, we have a natural relationship as they have cross-shareholdership. And secondly, for example, if I take the case of Belgium, Belgium is one of the smallest European countries, but we are still responsible for the movement of 15% of the European energy. So most of the LNG are entering via Zeebrugge, and we have already in place now a hydrogen network that is going from Zeebrugge to Antwerp, going to the south of Germany, north of France, and the Netherlands. So this is already something that is in place, and I think that what we need to offer to the first risk taker that are going to generate the hydrogen in Oman, for example, is to offer them an end-to-end solution for the movement of the molecule from Oman to the European market, and that's what we are trying to do with Duqm in Antwerp, to say, okay, you're producing your hydrogen in the Al Wusta region, bring it to Duqm. From Duqm, we'll have, and most probably we're working also with Oman Shipping to have a bridge towards Europe, but once landing in Europe, you will be able, in Antwerp, Zeebrugge in this case, be able to reach 3-4 markets actually, Belgium, Germany, France, and the Netherlands directly from an already existing hydrogen network. So I think this is something that, that Oman also can offer, maybe in addition to other countries in the world.
So not just a European harbor, but rather being connected to the wider European hydrogen network then eventually?
Correct.
So is it something that you could also envision for Oman to be connected within Oman, the different ports, or is that rather?
No, definitely. I mean, no, in the sense that that's definitely something that will happen. I think that as much as you have a oil network and a gas network, I'm sure that in a couple of years we'll have a hydrogen network. To be fair, today, and it was in the presentation of Emil earlier, the biggest local consumption in Oman is in Sohar. So eventually, if we need to decarbonize Oman, we need to decarbonize Sohar, and therefore we need to connect Sohar to a hydrogen network that will come eventually, whether it is a national one or will be producing in the north is not done yet, but eventually I'm sure that on the long run there will be a network.
Thank you. And coming back to the color question, Hamid, so what do you see as like in the next 10 years in the transition phase? I assume you also see the role of both colors or even multiple colors. There's new colors of hydrogen basically popping up all the time. So we have, of course, green, there's blue, there's pink, there's turquoise. So how do you see the development in the region over the next 5 to 10 years, and also then specifically for Oman?
Well, as an eco power, we work on a green hydrogen specifically, but it doesn't mean that we defy the fact that blue hydrogen has an equally important role in it. There is no doubt in it. Obviously, this region specifically, which is blessed with actually both the energies, fossil fuel energies as well as green energies, actually brings this region, to be honest, in a more spotlight, that how it can contribute towards the wider objective of decarbonization, whether it is through blue hydrogen or a green hydrogen, or even through the other colors of hydrogen, like turquoise, means new color with the pyrolysis of methane. If that technology becomes commercially viable, then this region is equally blessed with that as well. So I think there is no single doubt that blue has a key role. I think we heard in the mornings from IEA and from the other stakeholders that by 2050 blue would still be there. We as an EcoPower work solely on the green. Why? Because it's very much in line with our strategy, considering the track record that we have with regards to our renewables. And also we believe that fugitive emissions would remain inherent with the blue. So green is kind of like, outside those stigmas. So that's why it's in our strategy.
And I think we've also seen in an earlier session that from a cost perspective, green is also very much competitive, not just in the future, but already now given the high prices. So that could also be a driving factor.
Well, that's a thing with the blue, yeah. Means blue would always have the volatility, while the green is very different. It's basically from the, you look at the green from the cost perspective, not from the price perspective. Because everything that you do is at the front end. The whole capex is at the front end. You are not relying on something which you think that can actually that much of the volatility in terms of oil and gas. So if you are asking from that perspective, yes, it's capital intensive as of now, but going forward it's going to be more economical. And we all believe that even though if you take this crisis out of the equation, green would be very competitive with blue, and at some point it would actually surpass. Means for this region, obviously it's a little bit more different because the cost is different for the fossil fuel here. But yes, for other parts of the world, 100%.
Thank you. And coming back to the shipping of hydrogen, Khalil, I was wondering what collaborations already exist between Assad and the international partners in terms of shipping of hydrogen, but also in terms of alternative fuels that you've just mentioned?
Yeah, well, we have done a lot of things preparing for this transition. So there is a clear energy transition strategy in ASEAD. So that is all established. And in there, the first thing comes compliance, obviously, with the regulations and those. One of the main thing was the stakeholder engagement and collaboration with the stakeholders. So we have lots of discussion with, for example, engine makers. We have a lot of discussions with the cargo owners, the charterers of our ships and prospect charterers in the future. We have a lot of discussions in terms of what type and what size, and it is too early to decide specific things because no off-takers have come up yet. But we are in discussions how to gear up for this change. One of the very big and important things we have done also is to engage with the universities in Oman in terms of R&D, finding out what challenges they can solve. Things like we are working together on carbon capture technology with the universities locally here. So there are a lot of engagement when it comes to gearing up for this change. In the shipping specifically, we have done a lot of new technologies already in the company. So there are the paint technology, the nanotechnology, we are exploring that now and testing it. We have put energy saving devices on the propellers, for example, to reduce the consumption. As I said earlier, we are in very advanced discussion with one of the big charterers that we have on a rotor sail also to put on the ships. So use just wind when we are in the middle of the ocean. So there are all these things, steps have been taken. Any new ship will come with all these technologies in mind, and the moment they are on the water, they are green. So these steps have been taken already from ASEAD.
Yeah, thank you. I think you brought up a very important point, R&D and capacity building. I think that was quite apparent across the entire day that there needs to be done more. And there's a lot of need for additional capacity building for R&D since it's such a nascent technology still. And then coming to the very last question, Javier. So we've talked about the shipping, we've talked about the production side. How do you see then the hydrogen infrastructure within Oman evolving over the time, specifically the inter-Oman infrastructure? Do you have any view on that? How it could look like, for example, in 2030?
Yeah, that's a very tricky question, difficult to answer. But well, the way that I see is that probably looking at the analogies with similar cases, like for example, the natural gas. Normally, it starts a little bit more local, I would say, like within the hubs, right? And then once at the end, let's say the system evolves, you start having more interconnection between the different hubs. So why not at the end having a system like the one that we were saying before, no? And at the end have the different hubs interconnected between them and flow of hydrogen from the places that is generated to the places that is consumed in the final users, no? Although probably it's a little bit more complicated to have such a scheme at the upfront, right? But if we think in, let's say, 8 years down the line, why not? No? It may happen. It is not very different in the natural gas or the electrical system. At the end, is how it ends. No? At the end, it ends a little bit more interconnected, right?
So definitely evolving on the Omani side and more interconnection also across the country. And with that, I do think we have a couple of minutes for questions. Do we? There's also a game starting soon, and we have some. We have a Spaniard on the panel, but I think we have maybe 2 to 3 questions. Do we have any? I think I see someone there in the back, and also there. So I guess 3 questions.
Hello. Am I audible? Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mitrangshu. I work for Al-Baraka Oil Field Services. Fascinating discussions I've been listening to throughout the day. I'm almost dreaming up a very complicated decision tree where this infrastructure comes to mind, where the existing gas grid network across the Oman, which is being used for fossil fuel supply to power stations. Is there any discussion, thoughts, or studies done where in this transition period of going from fossil fuel to green hydrogen, some of this grid can be used and while you're tuning down this one and ramping up?
Sorry, sir, we're losing your voice a bit. Can you?
Sorry, can you hear me now? So I was just dreaming up a very complicated decision tree at the sound of sounding stupid, that the existing gas infrastructure, which is using fossil fuel gas to feed the power stations, in the transition phase from going from fossil fuel to green hydrogen, is there a way to ramp down one, first of all, and use that gas grid to transport the green hydrogen? First of all, does the technology allow, or is it a lot of modifications are needed? And if so, then is there a study being done saying that one way or the other, economics doesn't permit and you have to have a full-fledged capital investment on new pipelines, and therefore the existing gas infrastructure cannot be used? I'm just wondering whether there's any sort of thoughts on this along these lines.
I believe the question is, can we use the current infrastructure to transmit green hydrogen energy, the same infrastructure that we're using at the moment?
So indeed, complicated question. Javier, please, yeah. But I will also say a few words actually on that. No, but please.
So the answer is yes, it has been studied. There are a couple of, let's say, restrictions. The first one is in the pipelines themselves. At the end, you have equipment over there, compressors, valves, and they are designed for a certain fluid. So if you can blend it, but there is a limit now at the end for the blended to make it work without making major changes, right? But I don't think that's the main restriction. At the end, the main restriction is that this current network is going to existing customers, that they have different uses, and each of them can accept a different amount of blending or even no blending at all, no? And at the end, the fluid is going to the same, is in the same pipeline, so it's reaching the same final users, no? So probably the restriction is not so much on the pipeline, so the system itself is mostly on the final users, no? So at the end, probably the key point is to understand what's the amount of blending that you can make without really impacting the consumers, if it's 5, 10%, whatever number, and then try to blend over there. But I don't think it's going to solve the transport of the hydrogen as a whole, so can help up to a certain percentage, but at the end you need to have hydrogen pipelines, most likely. Moreover, looking at the numbers that we are discussing over here, no? There's 1 million tons in 2030, and probably beyond that, no? So I don't think it can be solved just blending, no? It's not the, but it can help, no?
Maybe just also a word on the European experience. So blending is possible up to 20%, and then it becomes complicated with embrittlement. So then you would need to look at dedicated hydrogen pipelines. And you're absolutely right, the demand side is key. There are some sectors, households, for example, that can deal with blends, but then there are other sectors, such as the chemical industry, where you need pure natural gas or pure hydrogen. Then blending becomes indeed very, very, very tricky. I think we had more questions, please.
Yes, thank you. I'll try not to take too long, not to be between the game and today's session. But general question, we've talked about breaking this chicken and egg dilemma, and maybe to Reggie as a port company, you've seen many industries developed in Duqm. What would you say are the key criteria we need to assess today in terms of seeing those early developers for green hydrogen projects in Duqm?
Reggie, I guess this question is for you.
Sorry, at the beginning of the question, I didn't hear it properly.
So in order to break the chicken and egg dilemma, what would you say from lessons learned from previous projects in Duqm, what would you say are the key criteria we need to enact to see those early projects in Duqm see the light?
The key criteria that I need to relax?
That we need to enact, so we need to activate, okay. Basically.
Sorry. I think definitely is the... what we're seeing now is that most of the projects are working on an island, and making themselves completely self-sufficient because there's nothing around. And that makes some of them quite difficult and less bankable. I think what we're trying to put in place is the supporting industries, one, to facilitate offtakes, in order for the first producer to have also potentially a local market and not only rely on the international part. On the second part, federate, and I think that's this direction we are taking it, federate the common infrastructure. If I go back to Belgium, where I'm familiar, Belgium, we have been pioneering in the offshore windmills and the offshore production of electricity. And at the beginning, we saw that every contract, every block had its own network connecting to the general grid. And as time passes, we have been starting to federate them. I think that all the lesson learned that we have from these moments can be implemented for the hydrogen industry much earlier than we had for the electricity. So for example, coming back to that, the federation of the water network, the federation of the hydrogen network once it's there, the federation of the electricity network will help to enable these projects to come faster. So one, the common infrastructure, and secondly, and I think that is basically profitable and for Oman and from the producer, is to help to have a local offtake as soon as possible, being for the existing industry, but also more important, I think, for the new industry that needs to be set up.
Thank you. And I think we have time for one more question before we head to the game. So, Inga, so there's, please, can we get one microphone over there? In the middle.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ihtisham from Mina Petroleum. My question is from Khalil Al-Balushi. As we see that all the end users, or majority of the end users of green hydrogen is in the ECAs, so can you foresee, or is there any plan in ASEAN that this green energy will be transported to those ECAs and your shipping fleet is ready for that? Or there will be a break of supply chain? Or?
The short answer is yes, because ECAs areas now, they don't specifically require the hydrogen or the CO2 level to be zero. So that is one. The ECA zones now are mainly on sulfur, on NOx, and SOx requirements. So these are set from previously required regulations. The regulation called MARPOL with its Annex 6 on air pollution. So but special areas in general, there are different. So there is one special area for garbage, for example. There is one special area for oil, and so on. There is no specific special area now for CO2 internationally. The only thing is on the commercial side with the ETS requirements in Europe. But that is a commercial side. It is basically carbon tax. So again, the short answer, yes, the ships are ready to sail on ECA as we are doing it now.
Thank you. And with that, I mean, we had a very interesting and exciting discussion. Infrastructure is really the key to bring together supply and demand within Oman, but also outside of Oman. And with that, I really want to thank the panelists and wish everyone a good day and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Matthias, for that excellent moderation. Thank you to our panelists. I won't be taking much of your time. I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors for making the summit possible. I'd like to also thank any moderator, any speaker, any panelist that contributed to today's conference. Many topics were covered, yet many still remain unaddressed, such as green hydrogen value chain and its financial feasibility. Nevertheless, we'll be covering these topics and more tomorrow, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow between 8:30 and 9 a.m. Also enjoy the Spain versus Morocco match. See you tomorrow.